god. Wall of tax. I believe the next part in this plan here still requires a lot of planning. Still, we can start comping some ideas, I think. But I would need to start laying out the timeline here real quick. In my ref board, I mean. So we have something to go off of, I guess. Like to pin things down with. How do I do this? I'm gonna extract this. Wow, okay, these are all larger than 4K, huh? That's why it was so laggy. Ready. Ooh. Chat is ready. Fun. Oh, okay, yeah, it's more organization right now still, actually. I have to deal with the numbering stuff first. Notes. Oh my god, it's gonna be a lot of work. Okay. Let's do it like this. Primary injection. I don't know where this is going. 근데 안 닿게. Dang it, dude. Oh, right. Oh yeah, we don't have any on the trains. I have to do that part. Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, this doesn't work. Yeah, that's kind of a good thing, yeah. Alright, it's kind of pain, yes. Hello, Yugami. Hello, Lo-Fi Luna. Today is planning day. We are planning a massive project, which involves. So basically, I'm just gonna repeat from the beginning, right? But like, I was in Japan for like 2 months, 3 months, and then after that, I was coming back, and I had like 8 hours of time-ish in like Japan. Sorry, goddamn it, in Hong Kong, because it was layover. My flight landed 3 p.m. Day 1, and then my flight going back to Canada was like day 2 in the morning, right? So I had like the afternoon, I had like a night time to do something. And I haven't been in Hong Kong for like a really long time, and after all of the art stuff and this and that, I wanted to check out some of the buildings and this and that. So that's what all these photos are. And in that 8 hours, I had like the craziest adventure by myself. Technically with Ria and one of my other characters, because I had the physical item for them. So it was just like me and myself and the two of them, and we just kind of went around this one region of Hong Kong. It's like a relatively small region. I mean, there's only so far you can go, so much you can do on foot in 8 hours. So in here, I spent about like 3 to 4 hours exploring this entire area, where I started in one spot looking for like the monster building, which if you guys have heard of before, it is the one that looks like this, right? The one that Hong Kong is famous for. Actually, it's the one adjacent that it's famous for, I think. Not on this side, I think. It's not this, the other one. It's this one here. It's got the other building in the back, but it looks like this. And then it's got stuff like this and this and that, but... Anyways, that was a whole journey, right? You can see how over here there's like the red lines. This is the specific path I took, and the reason why it's interesting was because I had no plans, right? All I wanted to do was check the place out, and after I checked out the monster building, I was like, you know what? Hong Kong's known for all the vertical buildings and the heights, the hills and stuff like that. Let me get somewhere high and take a good look at the city, right? But I don't know how to go up. It's not like everything is on the grid. It's kind of monster building, presumably because it's just a monster of a building. The monster building name isn't what the Hong Kong people gave it. It's what the TikTok and online people gave it. It's not actually called the monster building. Here, I don't know what is it called here, but it's called Montaigne Mansion apparently. Yeah, it's just called a random guy's names building. Like there's no real name to this. You can see how like there's like two of them, that and another one, 3 of them in total. But regardless, it was a whole journey. There was a lot of dead ends. Like if you look at this 30 different or so points that I talked about, every square that you see here is very hard to read, I know. Every square that you see here is a dead end. So I would go up a path thinking that it's a way forwards, but then I'll get stuck because like it's not a way forward. Like it's not like the thing is on a grid, right? It's a whole hillside, and like there are stairs, there are like dead ends, there are like gated communities, there are this and that. So I had to go around all over the place looking for something that I don't know if it even exists. I don't know if there was a place for me to see the city. You know, logically there would be, of course, but whether if it's open to the public, I don't know, right? Because I went up, actually, what I realized was that even if you get really high up, you tend not to be able to see anything because there are so many trees around. Like, you see shit, you just see leaves. So, anyways, I wanted to make a series of pieces. At this point, it might be over 20 pieces. But the idea is this, right? We are going to have the art itself document this journey. It is going to have... It's basically just to retrace my steps. And then within this, we're going to highlight the interesting scenes and the events that happened. Like, all the dead ends that I went down and this and that. And also, I'm going to put my character, my own self, my own persona. I'm going to put Ria, I'm going to put my third character in here. Because we were there, technically. So... And then maybe craft some mini story, like maybe Ria gets dirty over time because she's like climbing all over the place and stuff like that. And then at this stage, we have already did a lot of the initial research and a lot of the retracing of the sets. And I'm currently trying to just tie down a sort of a frame of reference here, so that I can start putting in Google Street Map photos. I can put in my own photos, just so that all the ideas and the visual references are there. And I'm gonna start composing, right? We're gonna start creating all of the pieces that we want to have. Figure out what the composition, what the characters are doing, what the camera angles are. Make sure everything is consistent from beginning to the end, right? And then I'm gonna go in and do the color rough. I'm gonna make sure every single one from beginning to the end has a continuous sort of consistent lighting, right? Because it's the afternoon going into the evening. I had a time limit, and you can see like the later photos, the sun is clearly setting and stuff like that. So it would be nice if like visually when we're painting, there's like a very clear, distinct set of color changes. And then after that, we just need to render. I don't know how long it's going to take. At the week of 1 per piece, we're talking about like 6 months worth of work retention. But it will be really good because it's a lot of consistent work towards the same goal. That means that it's easier for me to stay motivated. If there's a, like, you know, a series going on, I get too invested, I have to finish it. The good thing about this is that at the end of everything, I can maybe make a book out of it, right? This can be an art book. I think the thing about art books is that a lot of people in Comic Cat, they like to sell compilations of their fan art in the past. But the thing is, unless you're really someone very famous, those things don't really sell. Because there are like so many fan art. Like, why would people buy... There's no reason to buy your stuff over someone else's stuff. The only reason why they will buy your fan art is because they like you as an artist. And your style and everything is really refined and everything. Which we're never going to be at this rate. Not anytime soon, right? We're not asked. So, you'll need to create something that's either original, like an original story, or something that has like people that can get invested in. In this case, it will be the story. It will be the journey that we went on. And yeah, anyways, this is just the groundwork. Oh, this is very interesting, by the way, how much like work there is in the planning, even though this is like literally about 3 to 4 hours of my life. That was it. But this is a lot of work. And I'm just trying to sort this out because right now I need a way that represents the different sections of this journey visually, so I can start collecting reference correctly. But yeah, I'm just trying to separate them into like logical groups here that make sense for our journey here. Maybe somewhere here. Fine. If this is done correctly, it'll be kind of insane. If everything is done well. Consistent art style, consistent storytelling with all the characters involved. It'll be very insane. Is this a photo too? It is. Yeah, bottom entry. I'm not sure about these. I don't think we'll go this far. Alright. That's a rough layout here. So I'm gonna quickly retrace again, just so I have enough street view photos to guide myself along here. The actual references I might have to pull from my own phone and stuff, but that takes a really, really long time. Yeah, no, I won't be doing anything like that. I'm not trying to create something fictional. I'm trying to create things as close to reality in the way I perceive it as possible, right? Like, it's not how I perceive reality. It's not in the post-apocalyptic mode just yet. One line, I mean partial. I think this is yeah, nah, this is like just a very typical, very dystopian, capitalistic, just squeeze more people into smaller spaces kind of vibe. Building complex 1, building complex 1, check. Targeting second would be you, I believe, right here. Yep. Oh shit. Nah, I'll get it. It's fine. I can see this in my head already, anyways. Letter on the side. Yes, yes, yes. Indeed. At this point, I'm gonna be able to. I know exactly where everything is by now because I've been here. We've been looking at this the entirety of yesterday. I know where everything is on the map. Oh yeah, Duvet, I hope you like Hong Kong. We're not leaving Hong Kong for like the next 6 months, I don't think. Or you don't think? We're gonna be here for a while. We really are. Okay, hang on. There's no photo for this part because it's no one bothers taking like that, I guess. I can just take a picture of the gate and I'll remember my thought process at the gate. Because I'm like, if I'm gonna get stuck here, am I able to climb down from the second floor? And the answer was yes, that's why I did it, but... Oh, is that right, Deve? Were you there physically? So you're like trying to retrace your steps as well? Parking lot? Alright, dead end parking lot. It's over here. I just realized like the requirements of this is actually kind of insane because as populated as this place is, it's kind of hard to say that, you know, like if I want to draw my characters in the scene, surely they cannot be the only characters in the illustration because it would be way too unnatural for this place to be so empty. Yeah, we have to think about how to do this properly. It's gonna be quite the high investment. I see. I mean, but that's still cool though, like, cause it's either or, right? Like you can be there first, explore the place in physical meat bag form. You go there, take a look, and then later on, you what's the word? Look on the maps, like what I'm doing, or you can do it the other way. You can be ready and know where you want to check out already. I'm being a little bit incoherent here as I'm trying to think about where the actual spot is. I think it's somewhere here, but the Google people didn't have the... Oh yeah, it's right here, I think. Their photo sucks. I'm using mine. Did I bring it in here? I thought I did. Did I not do it? Oh my god. I have it. Broski. Alright, that's fine. Actually, I can take a photo of this. I don't have the photo of the seats here. I need it to be as compact as possible, but still have a chronological sequence here. Alright, next. Unfortunately, this one is kind of blocked by cars, but good enough. Park and what's it? Park is not equals to C high. Okay, yes. Yeah, so it's over here. At this part, at this point in the climb, I remember dying because like it's just non-stop stairs. Like it's like so many flights of stairs already. The alternative, of course, is to walk up the roads, which is just as it's gonna be too time consuming. I think was my concern. So I didn't do that. Yeah, this would be a very iconic building, I think. There's also another thing that we have to do before I start comping, is that I want to take a look at other people's approach to like illustration series like these, because it is, what's the word? If we are going to try to put this in a book one day, I need the pieces to kind of make sense in a book as well. I realized that like buying some of those art books in Japan, that sometimes like the way they bind the book or something kind of affects, like it really affects how what you can see. And yeah, we might want to account for that when we're drawing if possible. I don't know if we're in a position to do so, if I'm being honest. After all, we're not very much in control of the art side just yet. Where is my 7-Eleven? I think it's here. Oh yeah, there it is. Dang it, it's like right here. This is the board for 7-Eleven. I forgot how I got in. Is it that? No, this looks like someone's company. Like a 7-Eleven board right there. Dang it. Pretty sure I have photos. I have like a lot of videos too. How come I can't see the... What? How do you get in? I remember going down a flight of stairs and it was just on my left. So like it would have to be like right here somewhere. If the building, like the board is there, 7-Eleven's right here, then... Broski. Alright, it's whatever. Oh. What? Anyways, tallest building on hill. Where's my 7-Eleven? Oh. Separate sequence, I see. These are just broken down into like smaller chunks just for easier organization, because we do kind of need some space. If not, the packs will be way too far apart. So going up, and then so there were people running on this road, like students running on the road here already. Did I go down this path? I think, is this the university one? Yeah, it is. I'm gonna delay this. I think I talked to the teacher somewhere here. It's either there or like here. Well, I mean, I don't need that many photos yet. I need to know what I need to get the photos for first. Right now, it's just an anchor. It's gonna be so long before we actually start drawing anything. So it's not like I'm trying to take this dude, but this path down is supposedly the way to like this viewing area. But the sun was setting, and I don't know if this actually went anywhere. Like because right now the photo doesn't show you, right? But I walked over here and I looked down. The path ends immediately. The staircase, that was it. And anything beyond that is just tracking. And I didn't know where I was going. I don't know how far it was. I didn't even know if it's actually accessible from this place. So I decided against it. Otherwise, I would have YOLO'd and tried. I think someone was... I remember someone was parallel parking here and it took them forever. I remember someone was parallel parking. I got it. They have like scouts over here. Dang, it's gonna be so hard to comp because I don't want to draw that many pieces, right? But I want to document as much as I can. So there might be times where we have to change the comps or something and distort it from reality a bit, just so that we can fit a bit more information in. And then that way I can draw less of pieces. Target. Entry 1, entry 2. Whoa. Chill out, bro. Did I go this far? I don't remember if I went this far. I don't think I did. I might have came up like halfway and then I'm like, yeah, it's like nothing here or something. Yeah, I definitely did not come here. Although this space is kind of pog though. Like there are like two interesting sets of staircases here. And like this random ass overhang that looks sketchy as heck. Alright, let me get out of here. Coco? Where the hell am I? My mouse is... What? Do I need 2 photos for this? I'm not supposed to be doing this, but I have it now. I talked to my second guy over here. Alright, I believe this is the end of this part of the section. Yes, and the entry confirmation. Don't let me down the street, broski. What? Cleared? Holy shit, this are these stairs or are these ladders, dude? What the fuck? What? What is this, like 60 degree, 75 degree incline, dude? Hello? Wow, okay. People are built different. Oh my god. Oh no, I definitely took the... Wait, what? Did I take the stairs or no? I don't know if I... Maybe I didn't take the first flight. Because I don't... I remember being... But then again... I do kind of remember this path, but I might be hallucinating. Maybe I weren't there. There are a lot... by the way, Japan is so... Like, a lot of stairs, man. Like, if you're carrying luggage and shit, you have to be ready. Ungodly amount of stairs, dude. Like, walking there is everyone's hobby, I'm sure. Like, it's crazy. I think I came down here. And then I went down here. I think. I might have walked... Actually, did I go the loop? No, this is way too big of a loop. Yeah, there's no way I would have done it. Because at this point, the sun is already set. Kind of. I remember here being really awkward with like the group of kids in front of me. Because they were walking kind of at a constant pace, right? They're just getting home. But then I was walking fast because I want to get down, and then I would stop and take photos, then they would walk past me, and then I'll rush past them again, and I would keep doing this back and forth. Non-stop. And then at some point I walked here, I'm like, yeah, like I don't know where this goes or if I'm allowed to be here. Because this looked like some kind of parking lot space, right? It doesn't necessarily look like you can walk through this. But I decided to just go, and it was a great choice. But the train station is just down this path here. I guess I'm using my own photo for this one. No, that's fine. Ready? What? Where the hell am I? I'm across the street for some reason. Let me on the road, bro. Let me on the road, bro. God damn it, dude. If only the bus wasn't... Okay, let's see if the bus blocks my McDonald's. It does not. Okay, that's great. So this is where I ate dinner. I wonder if they have internal photos. I'm gonna need some internal photos there. Holy shit. That does not look like McDonald's, dude. Ah, yes, this is a good one. So that's the entrance there. Come in. It doesn't let me copy, that's why I'm doing this. Can I right click this? Is it looping? Just get these two then, and then I'll call it a day here. Alright, this is the most important part of the journey. And then there's like the secondary half, which I'm just gonna grab right now anyways because we're doing this. It's a bit easier to do it in one go rather than stopping and starting and stopping and starting, so. Oh, it turned it into, oh, I see. It turned it into the exit. Yeah, which exit did I come out of? I don't recognize the... Like, these kind of city areas look kind of all the same to me. I probably came out this one. Or I might have been inside one of the... Oh, I actually went in one of the buildings, I remember, vaguely. But I didn't want to go too deep because it was already pretty dark. I don't remember, though. Maybe I came out that one. No, but I definitely would have came out the side that is the closest to where I want to be, so... Hey, hang on, I'm going the wrong way. It's the wrong way. This is where I'm going. Hang on, what? Get me on the road, bro. What the... What? How do you get in here, bro? Where am I? The road, please. Still don't really recognize shit, but I think I'm also on the right side, on this side of the road. Oh. Yeah, I probably came out this one then. There's no way I would have... I don't recognize the places up there, so I must not have been there, I don't think. What? Did I go backwards? And it's taken like 45 minutes already. We've been doing this for 45 minutes. An argument can definitely be made that this should be done off stream, I think. But I think off stream, I don't have the attention span to sit here and do this constantly. I need to try and stop being so detailed. I have a tendency to get really meticulous with the step by step. I only need the rough positions. I guess okay. I went past it. Look at this monster of a building, dude. Kind of crazy.
「
Monster of a building, dude. Kind of crazy. And this is all like daytime too. Like it's not very like nighttime is kind of a whole different world, because like there's like a whole bunch of ships with like random decorations that like shine. There's like a dragon here and there. Like it's like what? Very poggers. The hell am I looking at? Did I come this far? I know I probably went to like the Bruce Lee thing. I don't know if I was here. Oh shit. Oh no, I was here. I remember the Starbucks now. Yeah, I remember the Starbucks. The Bruce Lee thing was like right here, yeah. This building looked kind of insane too, but at night. This building at night looks like a very dystopian, very oppressive building, because there are like, I think, vertical lights along the sides there, if I remember correctly. Thank you, Duvet. I went up this for sure. Now, if it would just let me on the bridge, that would be nice. As depressing? No. It's not as depressing. I mean, it kind of feels like it's from the same oppressive system, right? You have like the commie blocks there, like the residential area for like people who are not in power, and then you have these kind of buildings where it looks like the government is watching you constantly. So they kind of feel like the same vibe, but neither are depressing for me. I guess maybe they're kind of depressing, but they're very exciting too. The hell? Where the hell am I? Alright, it's kind of whatever. I just need one more photo right here. There's like a set of stairs here. Is it this one? I don't really recognize this part as much now. All these liminal spaces are not very by definition not very memorable. Alright, final sequence. I'm gonna see if it's possible to grab like the parts in the airport as well. Just real quick. There's like 1 or 2 photos I wanna maybe grab, but otherwise right, where would it be though, right? Like there's like a walkway here somewhere. What the? Hello? Hello? What? Who is this guy? Is the Google guy? The airport hotel is like, oh man, this is not properly taken, I don't think. Oh, it's just a... Okay, this one might work. Let me see. Oh, I think it's one floor down. This is like the floor on top. Arrivals is up top. Oh, sorry, departure is up top. That's where all the service people are upstairs, I think. Over here, there should be a path here somewhere. It's on that side of the wall, but I think it's like a different entrance that brings you over to the hotel side, if I remember correctly. I don't know why it doesn't look like what I remember. Is this not the right building? Do they have 2 buildings? Why am I... What? 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 What is this angle, dude? Hello, George. Oppressive? Yeah, right, oppressive. Oppressor. I'm just trying to collect some of the last few photos to track the journey, and then I can start I will need to start loading in each individual scene one by one into my head, and then I need to run the simulations, and I need to see what it was like. So this is the hotel I stayed at, but there's like a path that you can just walk from the terminal, and it's a very long and nice path. I like that path, but it doesn't seem like anyone's taken, like Google didn't do the path there, which I guess is too bad, because I also didn't take, like, you wouldn't take photos of these areas, like it's kind of boring, you know. So if they didn't do it, then there's nothing for me to work off of here, because if there is something, that would be nice, you know. This is to the train to the city, right? So this is the same train I took to the city. That means that over here, somewhere along this path, if we go this way, there should be the hotel walkway thingy. It's also next to where all the taxis are, I think. Like on that path, there's like a bajillion. There's like a door to like the outdoors, to like the road, and there's like a bajillion taxis. Oh wait, no, the taxis were below us. No, wait, the taxis was even one floor lower, I think. So this is still the train. Well, I mean, if I can't find it, I can't find it. I feel like it's this door though. Oh yeah, right here. That's the hotel that I stayed at. So this is the door then. I was right here just now. Lo Mao. Alright, let's grab it. The hotel itself is also kind of cool though. It had like a really interesting lobby. Very big lobby. It just instantly puts me in the room. Can you bring me to like the... Oh yeah, here's the lobby. There's like the main doors, so if you drive, you'll be entering here, but if you come out of that walkway, you're on the second floor. Let's see if it brings me here. Where are we right now? I don't recognize this. So they have two wings. I don't think I've been this floor. Oh wait, what the? This is F. What? Oh my! What? It just broke. What? It just completely broke. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Google Maps, you know, like it's not very easy to use. Like what the hell? Where am I, dude? Lamao, dude? Okay, I'm gonna go back to just the main lobby. I'm just gonna grab the main lobby here. Because it's got the vibes here. I don't know if I took photos of my own. I don't think I did, but if I did, at least if with the vibes and my own photos, I think we can maybe make something of it. We don't need everything. Alright, so that's the main entire sequence right there. And then I need some idea of art books, I think, but let's look at Device Daily real quick. Oh wow, this artist is Pog. I mean, this other artist that I remember following. I'm sure this artist is also very Pog. I haven't done it yet, Dube. What am I looking at? Is this one of those really old phones? One of my first phone was something like this. What am I looking at? It's like inside of a train getting twisted and turned in the front. And then there's like this metallic liquid looking thing that's kind of everywhere. Very poggers. Criminally low view count. The renders are really nice. I wonder how much percent is like 3D and just directly rendered. It feels like a high percentage. But the character blends is seamlessly in the scene. Nothing feels out of place. This is like, if you don't study it, you cannot tell what's happening. Like this all the textures here. I like how there's a lot of lines. It feels like lasers kind of going around. A lot of these perpendicular, horizontal lines. This really is just a just pain moment. No lines. You can kind of see the stems in there. So it's like a white base with like some noise and then some stems of like these smaller branches in there on top. A bit of glow over everything. Blend everything together. Buildings are rendered and painted over. Yeah, but I don't see enough. Huh. Oh, what is this? Dang, is this like a VTuber kind of thing? Yeah, VTuber. Why is the art so poggers instead like of the usual more anime-esque style art? Huh. Probably check them out after this. It's very interesting. But right, anyways, thank you, Duvet. Strong use of 3D, paint over, textures and stuff on top. Everything blends seamlessly together. But like looking at some of the shadows and how subtle some of the gradients are, I don't think those are painted by hand. Even if you can, I think that would take a really long time. More Marcus, less defined shape. I guess just a silhouette as usual. Definitely seeing that a lot now. High silhouettes, but then within the shape it's a bit more messy. Did I ping this? No, I did not. Yeah, this is what I wanted that Faye scene to be like, but I don't think it was very realistic at all to do it by hand. Completely 2D drawn in. But yeah, thank you, Duvet. I'm gonna keep this here. Wait, did I put the link just now? I didn't, right? Ah, shit. I forgot. But yeah, thank you, David. Sorry, that concludes that. Okay, so I need to, so going forwards, I need to figure out what the sort of colors and lighting and like not that what do I call this? Basically the style, right? I need to figure out what the style is gonna be like roughly. And I'm sure like some of the final decision will depend on the composition and stuff like that. But I think just looking at this, you can see like a very clear separation between blue and orange. I don't think we'll be doing anything like this. I think we will be closer to like more quote unquote realistic lighting. So the lighting and the scenes will probably not be as saturated. They will be a little bit more dull. Then there might be a lot of more mixing of colors and this and that. I wouldn't necessarily try to split between foreground and background that clearly, I think. I'm gonna rely on my own judgment for knowing what the references are for, I think. Yeah, more light-hearted stuff, right? I think. Is everyone doing VR chat models? Is this like the old art? 2017. Well, I mean, it's quite the glow up. 2017? That's like what? Like almost like an 8-year period, I guess. 2017 to 2025. Actually, Brazy. Is B and C next to each other? I guess it's kind of close. Right, I want to find like so I'm still not gonna be drawing. I need to find like a good idea of like what the vibes of the scene will be like first. I'm gonna go through my own list here and see if we can find anything that I really clicked with. In my mind, I feel like there are things I've seen in the past. Yeah, my head kind of hurts today. A little bit of pain. Let's see if I can find anything, right? So something like this, where you have a lot of these details and stuff, we're definitely gonna avoid because we're gonna have way too many pieces and way too many shapes in the pieces to really worry about getting like textures and stuff done correctly. It's gonna be very blocky, I think. I need I need. Where is the character focus or not? Where is it? Oh, I see. It's non-character. I see. Let's check this list first. This one is more of like just environment stuff. I don't want textures to be this recognizable. I think this sort of is a little bit too messy overall, unless it's meant to be foliage and stuff. But if it's walls, I would like to maybe avoid stuff like this. So this would be like a good. How do I want to write the notes though? Oh, God. How about this? Definitely no lines. Definitely no lines on the buildings. Nothing this clean either, I don't think. I think we'll have like some of those maybe more hand-drawn vibes, like more wobbly. Like I wouldn't necessarily go and make the windows and stuff all super aligned. Perhaps. I know I have a tendency to do that, and I probably wouldn't be able to avoid doing it. But I'm wondering if there's a way to... Because even just the rough I did yesterday was too tight, I think. Like, this was kind of too tight, maybe? But there's also no point forcing a specific thing. I should just kind of do what's natural. What is this? Oh, it is Nori, okay. Yeah, would it be tight or would it not be tight? I'm wondering. Perhaps a better way to do this is to just draw something. Oh, this looks nice. This looks really nice. But I know this is 3D. Because I know the artist uses 3D. That's why it's very tight here. With the walls and the stuff here. Sorry, the windows. That being said though, like the way like some of the details are being lost, like you see how like the edges and stuff are just lost here. That would be pretty good reference, I think. We'll probably try to do something like that to reduce the amount of load. This looks like some Arknights render. What is this? Rough. So I think this might be too rough, especially for foreground. I think background, I think might be fine. We need to have stuff that's tight, but not too much that is gonna be overwhelming. What about this? Is this a photo? I It's not very realistic to be doing this 20 different times. With each one having like a bajillion buildings. You know? Well, regardless, I think I'm just gonna hold on to some of these really cool looking pieces and see if I can try and see if they help somehow. I don't know. How much does the render affect the overall mood though? Right? Yeah, nothing like this. Anytime lines come in, I think lines is like absolutely no bueno. There's definitely not going to be any lines unless it's around characters or specific parts of the scene that we need it for. Absolutely no lines. No line. No line art, thank you. So there are stuff I know that I don't want to do. And I'm just going to make a note of that directly. But then the stuff that we want to do, I think is a bit more fuzzy. I think this thing captivates me a lot more, just partly because of the colors being used too. So it's a bit I'm a bit biased to that. This looks like it's too tight and too consistent. It looks like a photo. It's what it looks like. Over here, it is still rendered, but because of the lost edges, it feels a little bit more artsy. It feels a little bit more human input, you know, in the sense of like someone made a decision to lose some of the edges there, as opposed to just feeling like it's a photo where you just use whatever you have. These are not very relevant, but maybe for shade, I'm gonna hold on to this. Maybe for some materials here and there, we might need this or something. Oh, this is the guy that really likes doing studies. No, wait, no, hang. I keep mixing the two of them up. This is not the guy that... Well, I think they probably did a lot of studies. Maybe it's the same person. Huh. I forgot. We looked this up before. I forgot if it's the same person or not. But this is definitely an artist that I would like to take a look again right now. Oh yeah, it's the same person. It's just whether if they're on the study account or not, I think. Am I mistaken again? Shit. This is all people. Yeah, foliage? Let me think. We're gonna be doing a lot of foliage too. It's not avoidable. Yeah, would this be fine? Right? Like, would this be fine? Let's say I have characters here. They are like a lot tighter. Like the shapes are a lot more tightly grouped. Would this be fine? The other thing being the render is going to change over time, potentially. It is going to definitely change if we're doing that many pieces. But I don't think we should be going back to deal with certain things. Okay, let me think. So the reason why I'm looking at all the render stuff right now is because I feel like in order for this, if we want to make it a series, right, make a book or something, I would like it for it to be as stable as possible, as in control as possible. But because we don't have the experience, the 20 pieces or so pieces that we're going to draw throughout the series is going to be a huge part of our experience, right? It's going to be a huge part of my experience. And by definition, that means that like I will be doing a lot of changing. I'll be changing a lot. By the end of the entire series, I'm sure the pieces near the end will look quite different from the one in the front. And then the question becomes, do I want to go back to the ones before and change it so that it's consistent from the beginning to the end? And I think the answer is no, because as much as this is a documentation of the journey in Hong Kong itself, it is also a documentation of the art transformation. Right? So if the style changes by the end of everything, I'm just going to keep it. But if that's the case, and if we don't have to maintain a consistent styling from the beginning to the end, then I could just not try to do so much sort of tying down right now, or like looking for references right now. And we can just kind of let things go. and see what happens. I mean, amongst everything, this is like the cream of the crop, right? This is like the best. Everything else is actually not very good anymore. If this is like the right side is I like, the left side is I don't like, then they're already in the middle by now. And I do like this. It's just very hard to do. Yeah, I'll just grab this one. Start it in the middle. Okay, that's fine. Right, this is another landscape artist. Dang, I remember trying to study this guy. I got overwhelmed. Did they have anything new? I think this is too detailed though. This is still very much like the goal of trying to be really, really detailed in your one landscape focused illustration to showcase a landscape. As long as we have the story being the main thing, the landscape is always going to be secondary, and we don't have to be afraid to make things a little bit easier. But because I don't want to have like a bunch of stems everywhere, maybe we end up seeing how that works. Do I want to consider different types of styles and study for each one? Yeah, there's something there that there's something in my head that I feel like I want to do that I can just barely not see. Like this feels too tight. This feels a little bit rough, but like mostly just because the shapes are not very clear. If you have the two over here, then where does everyone go, right? But surely there's like a spectrum here. Where does this fall? Don't know. Where does this fall? I don't know. Ah, man. I feel like the sky is maybe a little bit rough. The textures are also kind of peeking through. More on that side, maybe? This is also maybe more on... It sure doesn't feel like it's super, it's the color is a problem though. Thereabouts. Like this is 100% too tight, right? I mean, this is just a render. So it's gonna be 100% tight. This feels fine though, actually. It feels a little rough here, but it feels also quite fine. Like quite detailed like this. Maybe this is a good one. Right, I mean, in this spectrum here, it will mean that whatever that's in the middle is kind of what we want. Mayhaps. Yeah, these two are probably closer. I like the clouds here, actually. By my definition, this would be considered a little bit rough, though. Although some of these edges should be like this, I feel like. It'd be nice to have some of these edges like that. But then I will replace the one in the light maybe with like a stronger, cleaner edge. Like some of these I will replace with a cleaner edge. Some I will keep like this. This is also quite nice. Is that right, Igami? Is that the one that you were talking about before? Nice to finish early though. Hello? What? Oh. Right, I'm being stupid. Right, so this one is too grimy, I think. Like a lot of these forms are too broken up. They're not aligned, and then I feel like at least one of these edges should be aligned or something. Wait, is this Xion actually? Oh, it's Hang. Too many shapes on this side. I see, Igami. Yeah, if there's at least one, I suppose. Pick what you can get. Too rough? No, this is wrong side. Come on. Yeah, like the griminess over here. But how would I have done it though, right? Like otherwise, other than this. That means you have to use like a hard edge brush. Determine that specific color that you want. And then brush in with like some textures along the edges, like that breaks up the shape's edges. But I'm imagining it now and I just don't like that either. So maybe it's not necessarily like a render problem, but just like a the amount of detail kind of problem. Oh, that's a render problem. But like, I'm wondering if it's because of the colors. If we use less color, but that's the same as saying less shape and less detail. The messiness add to the gram. You're right, you're right. Right, so that's the interesting thing, right? I feel like, so I definitely agree, like some of these buildings, like for example, especially like the monster building and stuff like that, they are really old, they are really run down. But like in my head, they don't feel grimy, despite being in the environment and seeing like, you know, how old and dirty some of the places are. But there's like this rose tinted lens that I'm looking at everything, and everything feels much cleaner than this art representation here. Even though in reality, the this might be the more accurate way of portraying it. Maybe that's why I have a reluctance to try to do that. Oh, this thing actually reminds me of a maybe. Okay, wait, hang on. I remember in the past I did a study of like the one building in the. Where is that thumbnail? Shit, how long ago was that? 7, 8, 9. It's not that recent. Like, how far ago was that though? It wasn't this far away though, I don't think. Oh shit, I can't find it. That one was a bit tighter with the render. So right, like there is the study of the photo that I did, right? And this one was really tight. Because I made sure every line and everything was pretty much as is aligned to like perspective grid and this and that. There is this, and then there's another one. Oh, it's this one here. So like the clouds, you have to ignore the clouds. I did this on purpose, right? I don't know why. I think in my head, I thought like it would be kind of cool to use a square brush to paint, which makes sense, which is fine. But I don't know why I decided that I can only draw it in like vertical and horizontal strokes. So there's no way to get curves, and it looks so terrible as a result. But this here is kind of like the vibe that I want, but I don't want it to be this hard to draw and clean necessarily. I think I want it to be big blocks of color that's very kind of flat, I guess. Maybe like the only color difference would be some kind of very gentle gradient across the entire shape. Textures would be very minimal, possibly. But I also don't want it to be this tight. I want it to be tight, but not this tight. I don't know where the line is being drawn. But yeah, the two of them here might be a little bit too tight. Enough detail to look good. Right, yeah. Honestly, this thing, I am still kind of surprised at how effective it is, right? Because at a glance, this feels like a photo still, to me. Even though I know that it's not, because I know all the flaws by heart. Well, not really. It's been a while. But, so 109, 196, and 162. So 162 is the locker, we did the study, and then 196 is the other one. Is it 196 or 169? 196. I would like to grab the file if possible. Please don't crash me. Hang on. Right, so this thing, right? So this is the study that I did. I am going to pull out some of these stuff that we did in the past because I think these are possibly more effective as a what you call it, like a reference with regards to quality, because I should have a better idea of what it took to get me here, and as a result, it should be more effective. Sorry, what is this? Oh, it's the color studies. This one, oh man. This part here looks so dirty, dude. What the hell did I do here? Let me just grab all of these, I think. In the back of my head, I can't help but feel like I'm kind of overdoing it, in the sense that like I shouldn't have to try to this hard to Nikaria, hello, to try to hold things together that much. Oh, I can't read the key on it. Hang on. Brush is the other brush. Ah, dang. Streams used to be easy with just sketching and stuff. Somehow. I guess it wasn't easy then either. Oh, I remember this study. I remember we got a lot of viewers during this study, I think. Come on. What is this? You what, Mike? Okay, drop this. Oh, wait. Looking for the locker, by the way. That's what I'm doing. Back then, yeah, right here, I was so scared of trying to change colors and stuff like that. I think it'd probably be a little bit easier now. Just a little bit. Trying to break into the clouds and stuff. What is this? Was the empty layer? Okay. Did not do anything that day. We were doing a lot of sketches back then like these. Today is more like a review stream at this rate. Definitely nice though to just kind of go through some of the stuff here. I should probably do this more often though, honestly. To be a bit more aware of all the good and bad things. Is this the same file? Hello? Also, these are just studies, I think. Oh yeah, this is when we first came out of this. The usage of that brush. I think this is where it started being a little bit more natural to sketch. Because I had to just kind of let go and just do the lines. And let whatever comes up, comes out. Oh, it's here, okay. What else is here? Right, this is... I think this took quite a few days. Targeted studies at specific areas, but then I guess I didn't really... The fact that I don't remember them, I remember doing this. I remember we had like a sonnet and like the Korean girl over here. We were doing this. Mass one, just right here. One here. Exit. Paint 1, by the way, I like paint 13. Not that the numbers are really that indicative of the, like that intuitive when it comes to how long it has been. But these were like 100 or so streams ago. 150 streams ago, maybe? 100, 200 streams ago. Oh, wait a second. I gotta try something. Why run the... I can feel the change. Not necessarily for better or for worse, but it's a very distinct change. But this one, I would like it. I think this looks nicest for me. Nicer for me here. Maybe it's because it's more exaggerated, like the spaces or something. It feels more emotive. No, not necessarily. Anyways, actually the mouth should probably move up higher because you're like doing that face, but... What is this? Oh, locking sequence, I can still feel the... Oh, the brakes. Oh, studies. It's interesting to think. I think at this point here, I was still very, very uncomfortable with painting clothing. Not that we're necessarily that much better now. But now I feel kind of YOLO. I don't care anymore. This one here is not very good for referencing. I think it's fine. Where's 13? Oh, notes, right, of course. Why would it be anything else? Of course, there's more notes. Finally, there's paint 6. So this one I want to grab this one here. Yeah, the fact that we didn't do any... But that was less... this was less intuitive to do, if I remember correctly. I think what we're doing now is a bit easier. I don't know why though. I don't know why that would be the case necessarily, but let's see if there's anything else here. Huh, interesting. Did I ever run the... Alright, I need this for reference for something else. Eat it outside here. Is this empty again? What was the issue with this? I can kind of vaguely feel it again still. Yeah, so the render sequence is gonna be a problem. As long as we maintain enough interesting shapes directly, then I don't have to worry too much about the forms themselves. Oh, sorry, what? What am I talking about? Yeah, like the textures themselves or something. Oh, the smaller forms. This is the only one. What is 16? Notes again, of course. Oh, it's not. What is this? Oh, this is the initial layout. Right. And then we went into the final. Okay, yes, correct. Ooh. Anyways, I'm sure there's a lot more other things. But I think in terms of building, that was like the... God, misclicking all over. I want to bring these guys in. And I don't need the original here. This one as well. I don't need this anymore. Let's see where these guys stand. What? Oops. What? Oh. Oh, dang it. Didn't I? Okay, I thought I added the cache to store... Well, what you would call it, like the filters here. How many do we have right now? How many? What? Is it rendering them? Probably rendering, right? 176. I think we were at 60 something. Thereabouts, I think. This is also another one I really liked in the past. I'm gonna hold on to these. Is this the one guy that always draws clouds? I think it is. They drew so many clouds. I think we did actually we just went through some of those as well. Like the studies that I did about the clouds was, I think it was this guy. I think it was like this. I definitely did this study somewhere. Today I'm just gonna prep some reps, I guess. Oh. Come on, Control G. Definitely not to this level. That's kind of insane. This is a video, by the way, I think. Things like that. That's why it's a simplest, more simpler style. More simpler? It's just a simpler style? Holy shit. Double modifier? This needs to serve as a reminder. Right, actually I like vibes like this. This is nice. It's not necessarily like the tightest. And these are just like pretty rough, but like it has that like quality to it. I kind of like this. It's like you just start between like really tight stuff and like whatever this is. I don't know where how this compares to the other ones too. I know there's like quite a few of the of this kind of artist, like a more freehand kind of vibe. Things are not super duper tight. Hello, Brad. It's been a while. Do you like the link? Is over here. It's not letting me send stuff. Oops. I keep the links for some of these. And I don't for some others. The ones that I don't keep is because either I know the artist by heart or they don't really have a... I don't have a source really, but... Right, yeah. Yeah, glad you like this. I think this... There should be a few more that are like this, but I don't have a good setup over here to... This is a... Okay. This is a drawing, by the way. This is a painting here. If you zoom in, you can see like these lines. They're like clearly drawn. The textures. Right? But if you zoom out, it's like, what? This is like one of the most insane ones I've ever seen, dude. This is kind of absolutely like batshit insane. I can send you the link as well. What thing is this? Oh, this is Yunling. Okay, of course. Not Nate Hernandez. Duvet is our... I think like... Was it like Mia talked about this artist a couple times or something? But yeah. Insane. This is the same artist. And probably all these as well, I think. Just because... this one is probably not. But yeah, these are... I don't know why these are tagged as is. Like, the tagging is not very, very perfect. Yeah, I want to avoid stuff like this, where you can see all these like grit in the empty spaces like this. Like realistically, of course, the material will have noise and stuff like this, but I feel like at this scale, at this distance, you shouldn't be able to see it and perceive it that like that much. I think it's possibly better for us to have that noise be as a part of maybe the render itself, just because of that, rather than putting it in directly or something. I don't know what the difference is. Feels slightly different. Oh, this is the same artist. It's the cloud artist. I'm just gonna move them in here then. What's the cloud artist? This guy. Oh, it's the same. I can send you the link, the way. That's the cloud guy from before. Nothing beats having a direct link though, of course. Oh, I like the noise here though. So I like the patterns here, but primarily, not necessarily here. This part looks a little bit messy. But it's a different kind of messy though. Like, I don't know what is the difference here. Maybe it's because it's overlapping. There's overlapping shit here too, bro. I don't know. Why is this under too tight? Wait, oh no, this is not classified. Alright, these guys are not classified. Neither are these. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna eat it in here first. I believe this artist has like a colossal course about how to use a stop. How to use a 3D like Blender or something. Put things together or something. Yeah. Blender, using Blender. Hello, Uni. Whoa, I didn't notice how strong the pattern is. Oh. It's got an interesting effect on it. Looks like you're looking like a physical piece of some kind of plastic holographic foil or something. Yeah, it's I think it has to come from like not having overlapped shapes, right? You have like noise from very, very solid and hard edges. Like this shape is just this shape. You don't see like the other shape under any other shape underneath it. When there's like a lot of overlapping because of opacity on the brush, it feels very dirty and it feels very messy. But if it's like very like confident sort of kind of noise that goes in like this, even though it has a lot of broken down small shapes, I feel like I perceive it as more of a clean piece of art rather than dirty, like rather than messy. Like the edges here feel very messy, but rather the edges here feel very clean. It just feels very noisy, but also very good. That's why it's inherently kind of at odds, I feel like, and when I want to paint. Because painting, you want to be as free as possible, right? And then you end up with stuff like this, where the edges are not as defined, and you define the edges. But this is the best way to do the color rough in the initial layout, because you're not limited to anything in particular. It's a lot easier to fix stuff. But then when it comes to render, I think I have to block in shapes first, and the shapes must have very clean edges first. The shadow and the light and any other sort of light shapes that I want to put in that has enough of a value difference that requires its own distinct shape. Then gradients go in, then we need to take some kind of a texture brush that I can accept for being just noisy enough to add detail, but not too much to overwhelm everything, and it has to be on 100% opacity. And then we pick local color and then we kind of block it. I think that would be kind of like the process. Man, I don't know. We're just at this point, like just kind of collecting stuff that looks nice and don't look nice, and hopefully it will serve as a good guide down the line. Yes, Uni. Today is pretty much just all dailies, I think. I spent like an hour trying to figure out the specific path and all the Google Street View photos of like the Hong Kong thing we were talking about. And then now I'm collecting a whole bunch of references at the bottom for how we want to approach this, but of course, it's an interesting face. I have this immediate urge to move the mouth to the left. It's because I'm so used to seeing the mouth area pop out more. Partly because of the furry stuff. Oh, one of your favorite FGO characters. Have I seen them before? Oh, I've seen this game before. Oh, they are. Oh, wait, are they the artists for this game? I think they're the artists for this Kemono Tea Time. It's called. It's basically a very chill. Sorry, this is kind of on point, I guess, kind of related. But this game is on Steam. It's kind of chill. You just kind of like make tea for. Mute. You just kind of select stuff and make tea. I don't think it's like a very challenging sort of game kind of thing. It's more to be... It's more like the read story kind of thing. Like the tea making part, the cafe part really doesn't matter too much. It's just like the characters that come and go. I think Sonnet enjoyed this quite a bit. So I was looking at this and it says Kemono, so I bought it. I played like 5 minutes and I got bored and then stopped. And then and then she was like, you know, the whole point of the game is to be boring and to chill, you know, like there was a letter from the main characters. Wow, that's very cute actually. That's very nice. I like it when it's like some kind of an item or like something that sort of hints at the character's like existence, right? It's not just a standing acrylic stand of the character, you know. That would be like very nice. Can you imagine if you get like a piece of like a letter with like a handwritten letter with a hand-drawn doodle from that character? That'd be really cool, I think. But yeah, it looks like this is the artist. Sorry, what is a Paralives? Let me see. Looks like the seams. Sorry, I'm hijacking Uni's daily here. Just to take a quick look at what this is. Is this Sims? Or is this like Second Life, where you have like a singular character and you kind of be that character and you like can interact with other people's character? Or is this like Sims, where you have like a whole bunch of characters and then you try to control, like set up their lives and stuff like that? So I could just read, you know. So it is more like Sims, right? It's not like multiplayer. Sandbox life simulation. I can't imagine what it takes to program something like this, by the way. With as like how complicated life and everything is, like you have to come up with a model to model the character's like status, right? Their emotions, their physical health status, and the hunger and this and that, and then like how that interacts with the environment and everybody else. And then more importantly, what should be computed first every tick. Like, how do you decide on that? That's kind of crazy, but more storytelling tools, Patreon founded. Ah, I see. That looks nice. Just by virtue of the art, I think by the style, I don't think I'll ever give this a fair chance, ever. But thank you, Duvet. Hang on, let me send Uni's link as well here. I forgot. Oh, I'm excited for you, Duvet. I hope it's as good as you wish it to be. Again, hijacking Uni's thing here. This came out like this Wednesday, right? Like 3 days ago. And I'm after stream, I'm gonna hop up and go play with my friends. That's why I might hop up earlier today. For Friday, that is. I might hop up earlier for Friday. But like, apparently like there are like some interesting gameplay decisions, like gameplay loop decisions in there that isn't necessarily very fun from what I can tell. So I guess we'll find out later soon. But it didn't necessarily... I mean, I haven't played it yet, so I don't know if it's like gonna live up to my expectations, but I felt like it's already disappointed me a little bit with some of the mechanics. But anyways, I like how clean. Like, I'm drawn to the proportion of the face. I'm trying to figure out what the... What is that thing that I'm feeling on the face here? Bigger, wider, kind of squarish eyes almost. Like it's not showing a lot of the bottom or like the curvature on the sides even. Some of these. But that one's related to the expression. That being said though, like I think... Yeah, I think like a solid render like this is like more of what I like compared to the one we did a study of before. Where is it? Right, of this, right? I think where it was a little bit, but this one was a sketch though. Maybe it's not as fair. But then there are those renders where like the eyes here, they're kind of gone, right? And then, right, the fact that this is not a solid block of color. I think this is more... Maybe what I'm used. Maybe I should commit to that. Let me think. There is the. Do I have any lines on this? Did I hear rock and stone? Rock and stone. Anyways, huh. Oh my god, I cannot. We're rich. We're rich. Mushrooms. Mushrooms. Mushroom. We're rich. Is this like a... some kind of exhibition thing? I like how half of these, like, daily, sometimes I just delve into, like, just looking at people's tweets. I'm not even looking at the art. Yeah, that means the binary system, is basically always gonna be like that. Bigger shapes, simpler shapes, align. Do not overdo the lines. Where is that? Yeah. I feel like there are... Sorry, I'm still thinking about my reference collection here. No. This is still... Right. Oh, interesting. The green bird girl. Thank you, Uni. Let me take a look. This is what I got, by the way, Google. Trifoliate orange. Why are we... Oh, because of this. What? Why is safe search immediately out here? It's very concerning. I've never seen this character before. I've never seen this character. When were they released? My god. I haven't logged on to ArcNet's Enfield for so long too. It's been like maybe 2 months now, 2 or 3 months. It doesn't say when they were released. I'm too lazy to find. It's not that important. But yeah, nice clean style. I like how they don't render the hair, like this hair part. There's always this like darker region at the top. It feels kind of slightly weird. It's like wearing an eggshell on your head. But I like how they're not like spending a lot of time rendering this part. The lines kind of hold it together for the details and stuff like that. It's been a couple years. I see. The only art I can Typhoon is probably Typhoon. God, who are all these people? Sorry, which voices are we talking about? Like here, Dubé? Like the Japanese one, or like the English one, or like the any other language that you listen to? Oh, Album 7. Wait, is this the artist I was looking for before? EN? I see. I know I was looking for artists who drew like girls in like this apartment building. vibe. I think it might have been this artist, because this one is not the one I was thinking of. There was like a lot more like the older ones. Yeah. This is the one I remember in my head. Why are we talking about this again? In the past? I forgot. My god, we're jumping all over the place. But while I'm here, I'm just gonna hold on to this real quick. Because I did lose this once already. So I'm all over the place today. Also, like, I've not been doing any drawing for like today's stream and yesterday's stream. We've just been like talking and collecting shit. New release comes out next month, 1.3, and for Mifu will come out then. Everyone's been looking forward to Mifu. But like, people I believe were not happy that she's using like a sword and not like, you know, throwing fists, throwing hands. Right, yeah, like this is not, the line isn't drawn there. Oh, both sword and fist. But what do you mean? Like, but you have to equip a sword on her, right? Like, it's just like her animation sometimes uses fists, I'm assuming. I haven't seen anything yet. But I can only imagine. I really like the eyes and the face. Like, it's very catchy for some reason compared to like... Is that true? Hey chat, is that true? But like, man, I feel like I'm more drawn to this person's this artist's eyes compared to like any other in my recent memory here. For some reason, I guess I'm not gonna find it like this, but oh, maybe it's because we've been looking at like environment focused art for too long or something. Have we been looking at character art? Wow, what is this proportion here? This is so long. This is like more realistic proportion, right? 1, 2, 3, and then like 4 here-ish. So it's like 8 heads long or something. So used to seeing like 6. Right. You have to give her a sword and oh, I see. Outless fist. Well, I guess that's like a good middle ground. They don't have to create a new entire weapon archetype just for her. And people still can get satisfied. The older stuff is a little less, I guess, strong. Like the color contrast doesn't feel as strong. The recent ones are very catchy for some reason. Those are pretty big in the thing. I guess it's always the usage of like the black, like the darker lines here. There's a good amount of volume here on the frame as well. So it's like a dark frame that has a good amount of volume. Unlike everything else is pretty plain. Plain might not be the best word, but like a lot like lighter, and then you have big eyes too. Like yeah, like it's the value and the saturation contrast against the face. Wouldn't that be the same for everyone else though? Like what is the difference here? Oh wait, but like I feel like it's because they don't have like they don't draw like a very black pupil. It's like mostly color. And maybe I'm used to seeing like having a black pupil, so without it, it feels like there's something. Well, in my mind, it's marked as weird, I guess, but it's just interesting. Like it's contrast, right? What I've usually seen. Oh, something keeps drawing me to the. and then the hair render is interesting. People assume that she doesn't just use her favorite right. Is it? I don't think so. I'm trying to figure out if this was a copy of this. I feel like the scarf here is very interesting, right? It has that sort of fuzzy vibe. It feels like it's quite different from like everything else that is so sharp. Yeah, everything is quite sharp, isn't it? Huh? Like the edges and stuff, they don't feel like I don't feel like there's a lot of blurring, like all these rounder shapes. Oh, some bigger gradients. I think we want to maintain that if possible. Anyways, thank you, Uni. I'm still kind of like thinking about this here. The initial marking could be the initial item. Oh, wait. I do want to... Hang on. Can I grab one? I'm gonna grab this one. Definitely not because of the extra skin or anything like that. But just for the eyes, of course. There we go. Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, like these eyes always feel... Like this is a lot less eye-catchy, I guess. But if your overall palette is kind of like slightly more muted, I guess you don't really necessarily want the eyes to stand out to that extent. Oh, interesting. So I'm not saying interesting because I'm imagining what like Ria can do. I saw this acrylic stand and I was thinking back to my comment about like how it'd be nice to have like an item, not just like an acrylic stand like this, but something that's more from like the character's perspective, right? Like the handwritten letter, like the letter. I don't know if it's handwritten or not. That Uni was mentioning about Kemono Tea Time. Would Ria go around like all these areas in Hong Kong that we've been and then like leave a mark on the wall or something, you know? Would she do that? I don't think she has enough. Oh, not deliberately. I see. She wouldn't do it deliberately for sure. I don't think it would make too much of a difference for her if she does or not. There's no necessary desire to leave a mark per se. But at the same time, I don't know if she would care too much if she actually accidentally does something. I guess that would be where we stand on that issue. Let me see. So what I just described, sorry, that's the entire thing. What I just described is not related to what I'm thinking about. So this thing here. I feel like there is the perfect artist in my head for what I want to do with the Hong Kong series. But I don't know what the name is. I cannot quite see their like these pieces clearly in my head. It's just a vibe at this point. It's my own program. Also, hello, Kino no Neko. Welcome. Yeah, it's my own thing that I made earlier this year. What was I doing? Complex scenes equals. No, I think they're talking about art map specifically because I named this stupid nonsense art map here. This is on screen. But if you're talking about pure ref, what the hell did I just type here? What? Yeah, if you're talking about pure ref, give me a second. I'll send you the link. God, my hands are not aligned because of this tablet blocking my keyboard here. As always. Too many smaller shapes, smaller shapes either way. So maybe or none. Right, I mean, I'm just gonna send PRF just in case. I don't think this is what they were talking about. But PRF is over here. This is the one in the top right on the thing. It's covered by my clock. Oh wow, how did they see that? If it's covered by the clock. Interesting, yeah. Oh yes, thank you, Uni, as well. Thank you. Right, so we've gone through 161 pieces of like the entire, like I think at this point it was like 6,000 images. So you guys can get a slight taste of what it means to tag these things by hand. It's kind of insane. You have to sit here and worry and think about like what every single piece is meant to be. Like why I like it and what the tagging should be like and this and that. And it's just kind of, actually this is not interesting. I want to see if this artist has anything new here. Oh dang, they're like, they crossed like 100k now. Yeah, there is a... yes, Kino no Neko. Yeah, I suppose. I wouldn't necessarily say I made it. Like most of the coding is like 100% of the coding is basically AI. I'm just involved with the design, and I wanted to hide out. Like I needed to do what I wanted to do, so I have to tell it what to do. That's the only part that I contributed. But the physical coding of like the 10,000 or so lines, I think there's like 10,000 or so lines. Because it's not necessarily very efficient, but 100 painting challenge. Oh yeah. I guess it's not that many of them, huh? Like I feel like there will be a lot of artists that has done like the 100 painting challenge, but then again, you know, it is quite intense. It is quite intense, so maybe there isn't that many. Like this is, by the way, this is the level of skill that I think is required to do what I want to do, not this, like comfortably, right? Like the stuff that we've been planning in the PRF here. That would be the skill that's required, but I don't have it. So what the hell do I have two? What? Why do I have two of them here? What the heck? 60 days? Oh, he only does like 60? Yeah, actually this artist who did the, she did this thing without tagging the 100-day challenge tag either, so you wouldn't have been able to find him. Sorry, I got a bit sidetracked, but Kino no Neko, thank you for the comment. Unfortunately, I won't be this software will not be going live anytime soon. Okay, what do I want to do now? So we have a bunch. So let's quick review of what we have, right? We have the routing done. We have the idea done, which is to just document the thing. So that will be the main goal of it. We're not gonna do anything fancy, like try to make it look super realistic or anything like that. That's not the point, right? The point is to stay consistent, though. Yes, Neko, of course. That is what it is good for, I suppose. Expediting some of these more undesirable tasks like coding. But right. Coming back to this, we have some of the character design and ideas for each character done, the respective roles within the pieces and the journey. Maybe ideas for sub-stories and stuff that would happen along the way. By the way, if you guys can't read the text, don't worry about it. I can't read my own handwriting either. I have no idea what I've written here half the time. I have to guess, but it's fine. To do wise, there's some coding design. Okay, so I have to collect some clothing design references. We can do that quickly right now. Sub-stories, I think, is not that critical. I might just ignore it. And then lighting and color studies, I think I'm gonna delay that slightly. I think it requires me to find maybe people who have like some really cool render plus color. I think it's really hard to just judge color by itself is the thing. But delay that for now, because the important thing right now I think is just having the comps and the idea for each scene. And having that story play out like in a in like a very consistent and like smooth way. The color can be delayed. Render studies an example. We are trying to find some stuff to help guide us. And then after that we can do the studies for that. Comp all, so that will be the next step. Composing everything. So clothing design, composing everything. Compositional ideas that would depend on individual pieces and what they are supposed to represent in the story. Check for consistency in the story. Some repeated motifs. Those are probably more story element motifs rather than actual art patterns and stuff. I mean, textures and stuff will probably be repeated as much as possible to keep things consistent. They'll be part of the render studies and stuff like that. I wonder how long the text subtitle is going on as I render on and on and on. Oh, it's so tiny there. Holy shit. But anyways. Reference from end to start. Reference from end to start. What does that mean? Oh, right. Reference at the end of the series to something in the beginning of the series, right? So if there's like an object or like something that we set out to find, or if there's, we can just have like a random cat that comes and goes in the scene. I don't think Hong Kong has a lot of stray cats. I've not seen a single one. But yeah, some kind of repeated stuff. Which one will come first? But I think we'll come first. So we'll be drawing the comps for the scenes that I have a good idea of what I want for first, regardless of chronological order. And if I get more ideas, I can then go back and retcon some other stuff and change some of the other stuff that we already did. I think that would be the best way to do it, rather than try to be comprehensive from the beginning. So clothing design into comp, because I would like to get an idea of what people are wearing first. Clothing design to comp, I think that would make sense. Just the position, I forget about the nonsense like that for now. So clothing design for each one of them. For myself, I think I just wore a t-shirt and like some like knee length nonsense. The other. Yes, thank you, Yuni. These are a little too outdoors. I'm not going into the mountains or hiking or anything. I think something like this will be representative of what I wore that day. Definitely not $200 though. Holy shit. I'm gonna eat it here. Oh wow, it's kind of huge. What the? How big is this image? Like, oh no, it's not that big. I remember I made this smaller. Because my photos are like 4K or something, like from iPhone. Short sleeves, definitely not button shirt. Definitely a t-shirt, I think, at best. At best, at most. Definitely not baggy pants. Oh, what about the bag, actually? What bag? I actually have the exact same bag right now. Because we're not drawing too much detail anyways, I don't have to go too insane on the shoes, as well as just running shoes and normal socks. No accessories, no cap, no nothing. Nothing too particular for myself, that's for sure. 200 buckaroos. Nothing this stylish, man. Holy shit. Also, it looks kind of warm. T-shirt, I don't think I need a reference for t-shirt. So we just skip. Ria is basically the same thing, I think. I think story-wise and like theme-wise, it would also make sense for her to basically be wearing the same thing as what I'm wearing. So it would just be this idea of what is stylish and functional for outdoors for my last character. I don't know, like, if the what did they mean by functional here? This doesn't look. Is this functional? Huh? I guess it's like those, like, what do you call those, like socks that are like very baggy and stuff that Gyaru likes to wear in the past? My god, these are some baggy ass pants. What does that say in there? It wouldn't be funny if it's Lorem Ipsum right here. Dang, I want a Lorem Ipsum shirt like that. The trash bag fit. Yo. Hoggers? Trash bag? Oh my god. Okay, I don't... Is this what people mean by stylish? Maybe I should change my keyword then. Not a big fan. Leg warmer. Oh, yeah. Leg warmers. I forgot what the Japanese name for that was. Yeah, this is like kind of just... Yeah, okay, this looks like what I will wear. You guys are gonna... Oh my god. Good thing it's a very generic kind of clothing. But what is stylish? And I need something that's a little bit more feminine, I think. Because the last character is meant to be a little bit more refined. More like... Refined woman sounds a little... divisive, almost. But, this is way too warm. Oh yeah, something like... let me see. Would it fit her? No, I think that it would be the right aesthetic. Something that's a little bit more... it's a bit more muted. We're not talking about like a lot of straps or like pockets and stuff like that. It is very, very refined, very slick, very sort of clean, kind of feminine look. With, oh man. I kind of like the top here. I like the top here. It looks a little warm, but I think... What is the weather in Hong Kong in January, actually? It's not actually that high, so it's actually fine. I mean, you are climbing, but this is manageable. At least for me. Actually, to be honest, like my coworkers, anyone who exercises, this temperature is comfortable, right? But once you start moving, you're gonna feel warm again. For me, I can wear like 3 layers of clothing and 3 layers of pants in this weather and walk outside and not sweat. Because I have zero like metabolism. Like my metabolism is so low because I don't exercise. It's kind of crazy. I'm basically always cold. I'm like a vampire. Right, so maybe that's like a difference between like the perception of like people who live in like colder countries versus like less cold, like warmer countries, like tropical climates. Because people over here, like people wear shorts at 0 degrees Celsius, right? So to them, like 18 degrees is like pretty warm already. And then when it gets to 30, every year during summer, when it gets to 30, people just get heat stroke and die sometimes. It is quite intense. Yeah, maybe something short would be fine. I also need to check, right? I forgot, I didn't write in there, but I do need to find out what is sort of like the unique Hong Kong culture. I also need to find out if Hong Kong has a lot of mosquitoes or not. Year-round nuisance activity peaking during hot, rainy from April to October. Okay, that's great. So January, don't have it. I'm just gonna pretend we don't have it because I didn't experience it either. So these are the elements that I'll have to throw in to some of the pieces later. I need to figure out how to put them in. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more natural because at least the scene and the stories and stuff, the journey itself, I was personally experiencing it. That is easier for me to do. But the culture part might have, I don't really look at a lot of culture. So I don't have any idea in my head right now. Shorter skirt versus longer a jacket, maybe a jacket. Was it that cold though? Huh. Did I record myself that day? Oh, I did. Wait, hang on. Oh, you guys are not gonna see it, of course. But I'm gonna look at my phone real quick. I'm gonna take a quick look at the photos I've taken of myself. And see how cold it was, actually. Oh. Alright, so I was wearing just a t-shirt. Okay. If that's the case... no jacket then? What about the sun, right? What about the sun? It wasn't that sunny already though. It was kind of like the late afternoon. So that's fine. I'm just gonna grab some clothing, different sort of clothing designs here, and I'm just gonna wait for the next time I look at this because I'm gonna see everything at once and I'm gonna get that that differential between all the different ideas here. Oh right, and actually silhouette wise it might be nice to set up some kind of difference between Ria and this third character. Longer skirt would fit the aesthetic. So Ria will be over here wearing shorts and t-shirt. Probably a large oversized t-shirt. I might change myself to be another jacket or something so that we don't have that similar of a silhouette, but then it should be different enough. I think just in terms of height and build, I think that should be enough. And then between the two of them, we just have shorts, t-shirt versus maybe a longer, slightly longer dress. Sorry, skirt. Shoes wise, Ria would go for something that's easy to move in, so probably just like running shoes as well. I'm getting like the who was the artist? I forgot the name again. They drew something for Zutomayo, didn't they? I forgot if they did something here or not. Might be misremembering or something. Aren't like the purple cat girl with like a game and something? Like an animation or a game or something? The artist that likes to draw like big feet. Not that kind of feet, but like just like big shoes and stuff on the characters, like proportion wise. Kung Fu Piggy? I don't recognize that name, Duve. Sorry, Duve. George. Oh, you are 100% right. You are 100% right. This is the artist I was thinking of. Thank you, George. I didn't realize they called themselves Kung Fu Piggy. I always look at the tag here. Didn't they have like the whole like big shoe, big hands kind of vibe of design? Like, yeah, like... So I brought them up because I thought that I saw... let me think about this. These are not quite the shoes I was thinking of. Maybe they are running shoes, but they're like, you know, very heavily designed. So what do I want here? I want to lock down the... Oh, I know what I'm locking down. I think the reason why I remember this was because the whole idea of like more exposed legs into like this shoe over here, right? Like, so if Ria's wearing like shorts and a big oversized t-shirt, then overall her silhouette would be like a big block at the top, a square, 2 legs, and then 2 big blocks for the feet. That's kind of her silhouette. And then because I'm carrying a bag, my character's silhouette would be also decently recognizable, like differentiable, different enough. So now I just need to make sure that based on what we have here, my third character can stand out by herself, silhouette wise. So yeah, something that covers the legs I think would be great. Because I think height-wise, these 2 characters are very similar. Ria and like this third character would be quite similar. They're both kind of short. They are filling that sort of daughter kind of role in this series. They're just gonna be doing what they want, right? And right. I think that's fine. Nothing too particular right now. Functional but stylish. Do they have skirts where you can like unzip like a layer off at the bottom and then you get shorter so you can like change depending on the weather? But even if it's maybe a little bit too functional, you know, like it doesn't... Like guys unzipping like a layer of pant legs, like a section of pant legs off versus like girls unzipping the skirt shorter. I feel like that's... doesn't really fit the character, even if those things do exist. I don't think she should be wearing leg warmers, so I'm gonna put this as a cancel. Oh wait, is this the same person? No, it's not. Right, and then there's like the whole idea of like A line and I line and stuff like that, right? But are those only dresses and stuff? I'm just gonna ask for information here. Cannot type. Now it's like a whole fashion study session. So we've got these codes, okay. What is fit and flare? All these words that I don't know. Oh, so it fits at the top and then it opens up at the bottom. That's why it's fit and flare, okay. What is a midi dress? What is the difference here? Is this not a fit and flare? I don't know what the difference is. Okay. Oh shit, I closed it. God damn it. Now I have to ask the question again. Are these only for dresses? Shit. Maybe they're only for dresses. If that's the case, then it doesn't really matter too much, I think. Oh, way to go. I guess it's because it doesn't open up at the bottom. Otherwise, it would have been an A. Okay. Okay. This is easy to understand the difference. What is a ball gown? Dang, that looks like a pain in the ass. Oh wow, okay. I see. It's got like that Victorian era thing. Pleated skirts. No, I'm just trying to understand what options there are right now. I think my problem is that I don't feel like I can make a good decision. So right now, honestly, I'm very much leaning to this aesthetic because it's got a nice, it's tucked in. It's got that kind of refined look, like that I think fits the character, and I quite like what I'm seeing here. It's just that until I fully understand and see the entire scope of the entire solution space, I don't feel like I am making a good choice. I have to justify that this is the best within the entire solution space. I think that's part of the problem. But yes, pleated skirts. Pleated skirts kind of got like that. It's like the schoolgirl skirt thing, right? With the folds. Looks Actually, that's interesting. Do I want this or do I want something smoother, man? I kind of like this one. Like the fact that there's like this slit that's cut open on the side so that you can walk and move your legs a little bit more like comfortably, but still have it be long so that you're not like showing your entire leg there. I think I really like that look. But anyways, yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Pleated skirts. I'm gonna put this in. This is more visual interest, but I think it's fine to keep things simple. Let me think. Her property, her design direction was meant to be clean and clear. So less details would fit that aesthetic. I guess Ria and Faye would just be wearing t-shirts for sure. One is because it's lazy and one is because it's functional. And it's just like simple. I mean, that means it's the same thing. It's both simple. Right, okay. What was I doing? Alright, I'm just gonna grab one of these to illustrate the idea. What? Did I not press copy image? Hello? This be the counterpoint. The other one is group print. Okay, let me save this file. Holy shit, this is like how many hours of work? Like 3 hours of work here and more. I'm just trying to get a more comprehensive idea, but I feel like all of these are just dress. Like the idea of A-line, eyeliner, or something line is just a dress thing. Regency era. What year is this? 1800s. Late 1700s. Okay. I don't like that. Mermaid trumpet. Would this not just be an eyeline thing that we were talking about that we saw before? Right, and we're definitely not gonna like have that opening be that high for sure. It'll be up to the knees thereabouts, I imagine. Okay, let me check. You know what I'm thinking now? Now I feel like I have this need to buy one of these skirts and wear it and see exactly how movable it is. It feels like it would be quite flexible if we just open up above the knees. This should be enough, I think. There's no need to go that high. We're not like trying to do parkour here. So that should be more than enough. Yeah, this is all like dresses and stuff. I don't have to buy a skirt. All I have to get is my towel and wrap it around my waist and see how flexible it is, like how much my legs can move. But Yeah, just naked and a towel. Utilitarian elegance. Tapered high. Okay. Trousers. Oh wait, what about long pants, right? But I like skirts just because it's more feminine. Yeah, if you want to be stylish, we can like just have some weird way of like how the clothing is supposed to be attached or something. Like I don't know how it works, but toe naked and that toe. I just don't like some of the forms here, I think. They don't feel very good for some reason. I don't want buttons for no reason. Other than that, it looks kind of boring. This looks kind of excessive. But I think we should probably have some kind of accessory that is oh, maybe like a big wait, let me think. This might be nice. Let me copy this. I want one big piece of accessory that might be as for a third character that I wasn't gonna bring online this early, but because she was physically there with me and Ria on this journey in Hong Kong, so I need to bring her in to the fold here. That's the Fox character over here. Faye is after this journey, I think. No, wait, Faye is technically before, so it's 2023, right? No, Faye is before this journey, but Faye wasn't really fleshed out until like on stream like a while ago, I think. Well, neither is this character though, to be fair. This character is not in flesh out now, that being said. Conception. She just said, yeah, I have physical representations of each character. Well. Do I? No, I only have like Oh, that is great. I like a camera. Holy shit. Not only is it a camera, because she is kind of like a fashion kind of she's meant to be like the character that I want to use to explore fashion. So I'm trying to give her this more sort of refined and more elegant and more sort of high society kind of vibe, but not that snobbish, right? Of course. But yeah, not only a camera, but a Leica camera. That would set up Oh, that would be great, actually. You know what? That is the perfect role for her, right? Because the whole point of this character is to be... Like, her whole deal is to be helpful to other people. So on this journey, the most helpful she could be is to just be the photographer, actually. So, like, the comping... Sorry, do you not... I'm just kind of going back and forth between, like, 3 different topics. So, it's kind of confusing, but, right, so anyways, just a step back. So physical representation, I do have physical representation of the character, which is why like they were physically there. Of course, they didn't do shit, they were just in the bag, right? Which is kind of why like the way I'm presenting this is that I'm navigating, I'm trying to wrangle these idiots around. But like they're just kind of doing whatever the hell they want. Where is the part that I wrote this down? I forgot. Oh yeah, over here, sorry. I'm just navigating, I'm the pack mule where I'm just carrying stuff. And then I'm wrangling idiots, and then we have like two daughters basically doing what the hell they want. Of course, one of them is a lot more pain than the other. Ria will be more quiet usually, right? But like in this scene here, I think in this series here, she'll probably be a little bit more on the rowdier side, relatively speaking. But nowhere near like Lapland levels of insane. Just going all over the place kind of vibe. A little bit. Not too much. And then but yes, Kino no Neko, thank you very much. I think a camera is pretty good. Also, yes, fashion character after saying close. So this document here, this has been here for like 100 streams, 100 something streams ago. So Yeah, like 100% clothing design. I mean, I feel like the clothing design of like let me think about this, right? Because I feel like the difference is that sometimes like these sci-fi designs, they're just really insane, and it feels really arbitrary. Like the fact that they're putting in 500 different straps is kind of crazy. And of course, in real life, you have like the equivalent of like all those Paris Fashion Week where you're like, sorry, why is this lady wearing like a giant trash can on her body or something? But like the desire to explore fashion in this sense is more of understanding different types of clothing, not necessarily specific designs. Either way though, I do recognize that like my original comment on clothing design not mattering was very much rooted in that like that what's that called? Not necessarily bias, but just how things tend to play out. The fact that there's always a character that has a design that you will like anyways, because there are always so many characters in these gacha games. So like individual characters design doesn't matter as much, because I would just like the character that I like, whose design that I like anyways. And then once you like a character and know the character well, the clothing once again matters less, because now you know who they are. And if they're just like wearing a t-shirt or something, they're still who they are. But regardless, so I think yes, it is interesting. Futuristic fashion. Oh, that's very interesting, Kino no Neko. Are you very well versed in fashion? Did I paste this already? What was I doing? Sorry, give me a second. Ah, yes, no, the camera. Let me put down the camera first. So, Leica or not, I have to think about what kind of camera. Specifically, what model of camera, I think. Because I would like to... Because I understand that all these different cameras, they will have a very distinct difference. We will want to find the one that is most suited for this occasion. Whatever suitable means is that's going to be a problem, because I have no experience in photography either. Just a fan of fashion. I see. Dang, dude, this is getting a little bit too involved. But if we have all the information on hand, it's going to be really easy to... Hopefully, it's going to be really easy to deal with some of these things down the line, because we already have everything on hand, ideally. I'm gonna grab one of these as counterexample, just so I know that I have already evaluated this. Camera that prints photos. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Camera that prints photos, huh? One of those instant cameras. My concern is whether if they will work in those kind of... Like, what is the condition for lighting that is required for them to work? Because I've tried one of those cameras before, and it's kind of hard to get them to print well sometimes, like the lighting. And zero photography knowledge. Okay. Maybe a headdress, unless it's super sunny. Was it super sunny? It wasn't necessarily very sunny because of like the tall buildings all the time and the fact that the sun was already setting. So that was really nice, actually. Actually, like the weather and the timing and everything was so nice that day. Like, look at the sky, it's completely blue. It's like all clear. Yeah, like the only 8 hours I had like in Hong Kong. All clear, all fine. We don't have any visibility issues, so there's like no fog. No one's house is on fire. That kind of stuff, you know? Pretty good. Wasn't there a fire in Hong Kong recently? People were trapped in a building because the scaffolding caught on fire, I think. Dang, was there no clouds that day, dude? Holy shit. I just realized that. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, how the lighting and the camera mode is like. So, I don't know if I'm going overboard with this. I just feel like if you're putting things in, there should be enough thought given about the specific choices, down to the technical details. Because, presumably, they would have prepped and they would have thought about this issue first. And then made a choice about what to bring along and what to do with it. And then like this brings up, like this makes it more interesting because now we can have justification to some of the compositions that I wanted to do, because now the comps would have maybe a point of view kind of vibe, right? Like there will be compositions where you're setting up from like a high angle and you're looking at the characters across this environment, whereas some other ones will be a point of view kind of thing. Modare? Yeah, no, like Mogun, right? That's like Mogun is just like the GOAT. I think he has done like the 100-day challenge like 2 times already before, like 200 days already done. And then they're doing it this time. I'm sure they'll make it through all the way, like 100%. Every single one of these, they're streaming, by the way, on Bilibili. It's archived on Bilibili if you want it. If you want to look at the exact process. The entire process is here. I'll send the link again here. So, like, so up here, you can see day 16, 15, blah, blah, blah. You can... Yeah, like, the last time he did the same thing as well. He streamed as well. Honestly, he's always been very consistent with the amount of time he spends. It's about 8 to 10 hours. On average, about, like, 9 and 9.5, I think, some of these. Oh, like, sometimes going over, yeah. Like, 9 hours, I think, is about the average. And it's just that they've been getting way more efficient and good with the tools, right? Like, so they're coming out with like all these crazy colors and comps and all the textures and everything. The only way you can fit everything in 9 hours is that you put in everything once and once only, because you know exactly where it goes and exactly the shape and value that you need it to be. It's insane. At this point, honestly, it's obviously very impressive, right? But like at this point, it's just like, hey, it's Mogun, you know? This is literally God. Like he can do whatever the hell. Like, and it's just like super duper expected. It's like, yeah, like, you know, like, of course they can do this. Like, why wouldn't they? Dang, dude. It's kind of insane. Like, everything goes in one motion. It's like what the Kung Fu masters say. There's like no wasted moves. But yes, sorry, what was your original question? Have you seen their recent daily trainings? I haven't been following, I have to be honest. It's both very awe-inspiring and also very, very... What's the word? Not necessarily tiring, not necessarily draining, but it's just not necessarily disheartening. But you know, like looking at someone doing crazy pieces like these on a daily basis, just like as for like breakfast, literally. You know, it can get a little bit overwhelming. If you are following every single day, it's kind of insane. I think like the other artist, right? This artist here is a little bit more relatable because their pieces are still really good. The pieces are still really good, but you can see like it's more painterly and stuff. It feels a lot more like, hey, I can maybe get here one day. maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. I don't know how long he's been drawing, but it's gotta be a really long time. But I think the reason why they're probably so good is because they're also kind of very methodical with a lot of the structure and ideas. Because if you took their Colossal course, they're teaching it from a very science and structure point of view. So kind of like how I'm trying to come up with all these sort of plans and rules and processes and all, like have everything really clear, be really clear. I'm sure they have something like that for themselves. Maybe it's just a result of having this much experience, but also maybe because they're just like that type of person. I believe they do STEM as well, like math and science kind of fields in the past or something. So if I don't see anything, guess you'll die. There's a guess I'll die moment. My god. But yeah. Anyways, don't worry about the interrupting Uni. That's kind of the point of the stream, I think, to have the interaction. But that was a Mandarin color. Oh, like just Oriental. Oh yeah. Yeah, my condolences. My god. Hate to see you go. GG. I don't know, man. Like, do you like getting to like that level? It's not just wanting to get there anymore. This really feels like you have to have an innate, some kind of an innate talent for being able to really break things down and like be very disciplined and very structured and very methodical in your process. You know, like you can want to do it and you can work hard at doing this, right? But you can be approaching it from a way that just simply doesn't enable this level of efficiency, right? If you're always kind of finding, hello, Lord, if you're always kind of finding shapes and colors in a whimsical way or something, then it's always going to take that much time because inherently the process is going to be affected by your mood and so on and so forth. But then if you're very methodical and you're saying that, hey, this scene equals this color palette, you always put that color palette in first and you only sort of do some minor variations from a very known starting point, then your process becomes a lot more streamlined than that. And if you look at this stuff, it's very consistent in certain different lighting situations. So I wonder if it's because they just have a very, I mean, for now, by now, right, I'm sure for them it's already fully internalized. So I don't think they're like going through this checklist or anything like that. But maybe they did at one point in time, and maybe in their mind it's structured like that. I don't know. But I feel like you have to have some kind of innate talent in some other, not necessarily art technicals, but like just as a personality trait, I think. Possibly. But I'm not a full-time illustrator. I'm a full-time programmer. If you can call it that. My job is programming, but I hate programming. And most of the time I'm not even programming. I'm asking AI to write the program for me, and all I do is I do the debugging and I do the root causing. I figure out what the exact problem is, I understand the full context of the situation, and then I just try and get AI to write code for me because I don't want to write code. I don't like writing code. Art here is entirely kind of like a... calling it a hobby is a technicality, I think. It's not necessarily still very enjoyable. I think right now the most enjoyable thing that has happened so far has always been like planning like this. Like just being in the moment of like retracing some of my steps. I think I enjoy thinking about being able to create these pieces, but to actually sit down and paint and do it is very painful for me. I don't like it for the most part. Hopefully this time around with enough references and ideas tied down, I can make it slightly better than last time. Alright, a Christian Angel. I think it take a long time to pieces. So treat more like old person. Spend weeks on a piece, right? Definitely, I feel like it's Wait, what? Okay, so... Is this the same person? Nope. Definitely not. I wonder if I can find it like this. Because I'm just gonna get random... Oh, wait, hang on. This... Oh, hey. Have we been here before? I feel like I might have seen something like this before in the past lately. But yeah, like these... That is interesting. I think some of these edges, the fact that some of these edges that are like gloss or like not very clear to me is making me feel like I've taken my glasses off and I can't see as clearly. But I think it's just I just like kind of different. I don't know if I can appreciate like the really fine art, like the old traditional old masters kind of stuff. I think for me, art's beauty is in that sort of really big blocks of shapes and like the very heavily stylized kind of stuff. Because reality and stuff like this is always kind of a little bit too grimy, too dirty, too imperfect. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say too imperfect because like stylized stuff, I do like the imperfect ones too. But you know, I do art to escape from reality, so I suppose like anything that reminds me of it is not necessarily very helpful, I think. Yeah, second job, kind of, yeah, it's a bit of a grind, but increasingly I wish I could be a full-time illustrator. I think that's definitely doable, right? I'm sure. Like, it's just a matter of putting in the hours, I think. I think the great thing about art is if you just keep at it, you will find like a nice spot for yourself, a nice style for yourself, a nice sort of thing that you like to draw and have fun with. So like I feel like eventually down the line it's definitely 100% in the future for you, if that's what you want to pursue. It's not like doing some kind of stuff like CPA, for example, right? And you just absolutely have to grind and pass this exam, and maybe you just are unable to have like that capacity to really remember everything or something. I feel like exams maybe are inherently a little bit more, what's the word? Divisive? No. Like limiting? No. Like a bit harder perhaps. But yeah, anyways. For sure, I think definitely possible. For me, I have no intentions of becoming a full-time illustrator, at least not directly. Like if I get a decent amount of skill that people will want me to do that and there's enough money coming, I still don't know if I would do it, honestly. I think like the only argument for me being full-time, there's two arguments. First thing is that if you're doing it full-time, then you're putting in a lot more hours, right? You get better a lot faster. The second thing would be that if you are working on projects that you love and that people would be in touch, like the general public would see, I feel like that's kind of cool, right? You're leaving kind of behind like a legacy and you're kind of inspiring new artists. And I feel like that is very meaningful to be able to inspire someone else. But it's not something that I would like to do directly. Not like that way. At least for the legacy stuff, it's not. I don't intend to do it that way. I would much rather just have the skill and do my computer science nonsense, and then I would just make videos, you know, if it's possible. I would just sit here and make videos and leave my legacy that way. Break down other people's art styles, like compare other people's art style. I would still like for this stupid map nonsense thing to actually be effective one day. That this could actually be released in some sort of way, shape, or form that could benefit someone else in a more effective way. Currently, this system only kind of works because I'm manually tagging a lot of things. But the plan originally has always been so that like math itself can take over in the analysis of some of these images, right? So instead of me coming in and grouping them, I can use this, let's say like this embedding, the Dino2 V2 embedding, is then able to sort of spot similarities between photos, between images, and put things that are similarly themed together, like all these ones with faces here, and then all these stuff that don't have faces but have colors and some kind of white here, and also the pieces that are fully colored over here. I think that's like what I would like to do. I guess it's not necessarily very related to art, being like an artist directly, but yeah, anyways, yeah, programmer money is also kind of it's also pretty good, right? All things considered. I'm not in one of those like high compensation, high stress kind of positions because I don't think I'll be able to do art at all then. Our company pays average, but it's got very good culture. Like everyone's very chill. And I think that's very important because like once I get too tied up mentally, I think this is just all over. Then there's no point anymore, right? There's no point living anymore if you cannot do what you want to do. But I have friends who are in those fields. Sorry, not in those fields, but in those companies. I was gonna say like you don't really hear from them, but I think partly that's my fault, and also most of my friends don't hear from me either because most of my time is art and work. But anyways, thank you, Uni. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. I'll see you soon. Autopilot. But yeah, I am Chicken Sash. Is that one tomorrow? The vape? I haven't been paying attention. Oh, it's tomorrow? Oh, I see. Oh, Uni and Hor's kind of like they do like alternating thing, is it? Like a figure and then the background, a figure in the background, I think. Oh, I see. Sorry, for those of you guys who are not in the Discord server. Actually, this is not even my Discord server. This is another Discord server. But Uni and... Oh, I see. You just started. Oh, okay, I see. Should I do advertising for this, or should I not do it? It's apparently 6 a.m. in the morning for me tomorrow, so I 100% will be asleep. Actually, I might still be awake. It's 12 a.m. right now, right? So another 6 hours or something. Go ahead. Okay. I don't know what's the best way to do this, because do we have like an invitation link or something that we can use? Can I grab one? Actually, let me see. Is this okay? I know I got it. Okay, so as long as we're okay with sharing this link. Also, do we share the Discord event link or should we share the invitation link? I don't know. But yeah, I have the event link over here. Hello, 44 on Rakugaki. Event link is better. Yes. So this is not my server. This is another server. So my server is over here, right? Me server, the one with the upside down me. Over here we have another server. I'm not sure whose server this is. Brush Bunny. I don't know who this is. But Uni organizes like a event, like a figure drawing thing. Actually, I don't know where did you. But anyways, Uni was hosting a figure drawing event last week, right? And this week we have like a environment focused online drawing session. So basically, I'm imagining it's about the same, where you have like maybe an environment, maybe a photo, maybe someone's art, and then people will do studies together, I imagine, and then discuss and talk about it in the voice chat. So if you want, that's the event link. Hopefully it works. It should ask you to join the server, right? Yeah. Did it just change this as well? Holy shit. Anyways. So yeah, if you guys are interested, there is that. My server doesn't have any events for the most part because I'm too lazy to host any. And the ones that other people have hosted, like DTB tried. Thank you, DTB. You're not here, but thank you anyways. Yeah, not as active, I think, maybe, perhaps. Brushman Matilda. She's in. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, I see. That is. That is a legacy. The legacy. Yeah, I think. Honestly, like these events are failing because I feel kind of irresponsible because I'm not like actively participating myself. And I think if I were to be actively participating myself, I think more people would have joined. But it's not in my capacity to do so at this point, so unfortunately this is how it is until I feel like I can stand on my own 2 feet. So essentially, if the streams can conclude and we can say like I developed my style, hooray, then I can probably spend more time doing other things. But yeah, anyways, that's the current oh, this one is a really nice one. It's very nice and clean. But yeah, that's kind of what's happening right now. Well, Igami, well, well, I'm sure we do one, maybe, perhaps. Well, yes, have a good night, Uni. Sorry for holding you up. Yes, thank you, Kinono Neko. Wait, West Coast, huh? 1 a.m. Same here too. Have a good night, guys. For those who are leaving, I'll go on a little bit longer. I'm trying to get a clear mental map of what else is required here, and I think. My god, there's a little bit more stuff in the VC, huh? I feel like. Right, I saw some messages today about Deemer not being around. Not streaming either. Indeed. I'm not sure who that artist is. I think that is a very common Chinese surname, or last name rather. Is this someone very famous? Like, oh yeah, that's like, okay, every single one of these links there's a different person. Not sure which one of these you're referring to. Yeah. Why do I have a... Sorry, I'm reading my Discord chat because we have a bit of drama today, a bit of a fight. Oh, okay. It's a very Chinese style. I've seen this piece before, actually. Did I not ping this? Oh. I think one of these should be in my system, no? No? Right, so, well, I mean, it's just, oh man, where do I start? I mean, like, the long and short of it is just try to keep the communications as respectful as possible. I understand that, like, if you want to have, you know, fun and joke around and stuff like that, things can get offensive, right? And if parties involved are fine with the language being used, I'm okay with it. I honestly don't care. I play, like, TF2 gets very chaotic sometimes, and then of course there's also a way more toxic game for it. But I understand, like, the chaos and how fun the chaos can be sometimes when you're just talking shit. But, like, it is still a public space, right? We're not talking about, like, a private chat. We're not talking about, like, two people in a private chat talking about whatever the hell they want. It is still a public chat. So by virtue of people using language like that, you are already excluding other people. People that might not be vocal, and they would not have been vocal. And they will never be vocal either, just because they're seeing certain things being posted in the chat. And I think that's not very nice. And feathers were ruffled and this and that. Yeah, maybe I'll take a quick look if there's any problem right now. It is very hard to manage though, because, like, we have to draw the line, right? And that line will be kind of arbitrary, I feel. Of course, there are, like, more society, like, sort of global observer, like the status quo kind of line, more politically correct and stuff like that. But if you want a place where people can feel like they can be themselves and express themselves, then it becomes like, you know, like someone's freedom of expression is definitely going to ruffle feathers of someone else. And that's why I would like just people to handle it themselves. If they can sort it out themselves, they can mute each other who you don't want to see and stuff like that would be the best. Because once I come in, I am imposing my own standards. Then both parties are not going to be happy because it's going to be my standards. And I'm not even part of the conversation. But anyways, that looks fine right now. I'm just going to ignore it for now. Yeah, it technically is, but, like, it's how do I say this, right? It is my server, but it is your community. I don't want to come in and just be like, hey, only do this. If everyone's adults, like, we can find our own equilibrium. You guys can find your own equilibrium, and this equilibrium can be flexible. It can move and change depending on who's in the conversation. If I come in and I set strict rules, that equilibrium is only one line, like one position, and it's always going to be like that. Yeah, and I feel like I don't know, honestly. I don't know. It's really hard to say, right? Because it's, like, on the surface level, what I'm seeing, like, no one sees people getting upset, right? You can have two people making very offensive remarks, but they're having fun and they're talking about each other. That's fine, right? But the thing is, it sort of creates this atmosphere in the chat where these things are allowed and these things are okay and these things are there. And as a result, other people might choose to leave, right? People might choose to be rowdier than their usual self because they see other people being more offensive. And overall, it just sort of trends the chat and trends the whole vibes towards, like, more negative direction. That's why I don't think it's good. But then the counter argument is coming in and telling people what to do, which I would like to avoid as well. Because art is inherently about being yourself. And so now, like, I don't exactly know where to draw the line. But we just wait and see and let things play out and see how it goes. Because hopefully things work out by themselves. If not, if we're gonna go nuclear and we have to tie things down and lock things down, then there's no difference doing it now or later. I might as well give people a chance to figure it out. But it is what it is, I think. Anyways, that is to say, again, you know, if you guys are seeing very very offensive stuff that you're not happy about, if you can choose to ignore it, you can choose to speak up. It's up to you, but it is definitely talk it out kind of situation before exploding of any sort. Yeah, no, like this is how rumors spread. Dimir did not leave, it's just that he's pretty inactive recently. Yeah, I mean, it's just like I will act depending on what the situation entails and calls for, I think. Right? If one guy crosses a line and the other guy is like, hey, you cross the line, and they continue to cross the line, that is something that can be done, right? But if one guy crosses a line that they didn't know is a line even, then the other side doesn't say anything and just does stuff and it causes more problems, then now there's even more things to take care of, right? That's like, so it's, we'll see, you know, we'll see. My objective is just to keep the overall peace and cordialness of everything. So are you guys of the opinion, so like you guys think like this is 100% crossing lines already, right? Like what we have, like for example, the example that I pointed out. Sorry, 4-4 on. We kind of went on a sidetrack off of your artist recommendation here. If you guys, okay, so how about this? If everyone as a community can decide like certain things are just not going to be said, then we can draw that line right now. Because like, so here's the thing, right? The whole comment about the line being fluid and flexible depending on who's involved in the conversation, I think that still stands. Like, I think, but if everyone, the majority of people decide that this is where the line should be drawn, and everyone's willing to follow this rule, and majority is willing to follow this rule, then we can set it there. Because it's not just me setting it anymore, it's the community. Then that's fine, because that's the whole point. But once we go down this path, we have to tie things down really tight, though. It becomes really hard to... Yeah, it's just I mean, like, I don't know how that would help though, today. It's not like I can be there constantly. And if people are doing it when I'm not there, then there's no difference if I was there like every day for 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm gonna have a discussion with this probably later, with other people. And see if there's anything else that can be done, because it's kind of hard. Even if we have strict rules for this, okay, so the only way it will work is that if we say we want to have strict rules for this, right, we have to be very clear about what is allowed and isn't allowed. So there will be a good amount of process in that. What if people try to work around this filter or slip up or something like that, and this and that? And if that's the case, who's going to be moderating? Then we will need moderators. Then who's going to moderate the moderators, right? Like, then they will have one-sided power to do whatever they want. it becomes a situation where it just slowly escalates. More and more and more work is required to moderate and everything. And I understand that there's a certain amount of work that has to come with setting stuff up like this, like a community like this. But if it's work that needs to be done, that takes time that I cannot afford to spend. That's the thing. And if it gets to that point, the better choice for me would be to just lock the entire thing down completely. We can turn it into like just like, hey, only people who are allowed to speak can speak. Everyone else, no speaking for you. If you have been found to have bad conduct, no more speaking for you. You can just like do that or something. It would have to be more nuclear to that extent, right? It wouldn't just be warning system. It wouldn't be this and that. It would just be bomb, gone, you know, kind of thing. Because that is the only way to moderate without like having like a consistently increasing amount of workload on my part. Or even if I get moderators, it's still an increasing workload on my part. Because I have to moderate moderating. Because again, my goal here is to get better art. It's not to build a community here. This space is just meant for people to come and gather, and hopefully people self-regulate and be respectful for each other. But then like if people cannot do that, then what makes sense for me is to just shut it down. Okay. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I have seen a lot of chat history, I have to be honest. I have seen a lot of chat history, and I think a lot of these are pretty intense. Oof. So here's the thing, right? Like if we start doing stuff like this, yeah, this is kind of hard. If I do one-sided stuff, like if I just come in and just be like, hey, this is let me think about this, right? Like, because we can have like, so we can have strict rules about this, and if it's crossed even once, maybe just the first time is a warning, second time is a boot. That would be, if it's a direct moderation, this will be the one. It will be very nuclear, it will be very strong. There can be a slightly softer version where it's like a community vote or something, but I don't know how that will work necessarily. Because we can have a command in there and be like, hey, this is kind of crossing the line and this and that. And then people can vote and be like, hey, this is not good, right? And then I can review and then this and that. Oh, I see what's the sequence here, I think. Okay. No, I think, okay, so I think the way this proceeds is I cannot just come in right now and immediately start doing things, I think. We have to move forwards as a whole. So I think maybe I'll start a conversation about what is acceptable conduct, right? I'm just like what do they say? I think I'm just gonna open discussion there, and anyone can come in and have an opinion about something or not something, and then we'll decide as a community of what is and isn't good, I think. And then from that point on, it will be a strong enforcement. It'll probably be like you know, like a warning. Astro personal chat, I don't want to have like a personal chat with just a select few people, because I think that's kind of unfair. I think if it's like a community thing for a community space, then it should be open for the community to talk about. If you're not willing to talk about, and yeah, I feel like that shouldn't be the case. So like you should have a voice in front of other people, because I can't possibly speak to all 200 people. Right? I know most people are not active in the voice chat, but like technically speaking, if everyone's part of it, then this is a voice chat for every single one of the 200 people. Even if they're not using it, they're technically allowed to have an opinion about this space. And of course, the people that are there more actively and more actively use it should be valued more. Their opinions should be valued more. But I can't possibly talk to everyone, like all 20 something people one-on-one. If you're not willing to come out and make a stand for yourself and your own opinion, then I don't know like what to do here. I don't think it should be to the point where I'm just kind of like holding hands of certain people just because they don't want to be public, I think. No, I'm gonna make a dedicated channel for this, Ikami. I don't want it to be mixed with anything else, because that's how serious this is, right? I'll make a dedicated channel for this. And we don't have to name any names, per se, right? We are just gonna talk about the kind of topics and the kind of tone and stuff like that. But I probably have to give them examples, right? I'll probably just make some examples as an example, so we will not be necessarily pointing anyone in particular, right? And then people can decide like yeah, let me think about how the process would go, right? Because like it's not like people are trying to come in and say this sentence is not good, that sentence is not good. I'll probably just come up with some ideas for stuff, and then if people agree on where the line is being drawn, I think that would be kind of the thing. I'm not against public shaming, is the thing, but it should only come as a result of a form of punishment. And if rules are not established clear enough, that's on me, that's not on them. So this is still the part that we are still establishing, where this baseline is and where this sort of this line that you shouldn't cross is, right? It is still part of that process for now. But once the line is established, then it should be enforced without exceptions, and things should be justified and documented, I think. Yeah. I need to take some time to think about the best approach, I think. Enforcement will probably still have to be done by hand, I think, for now. Yeah, maybe like once this thing starts, right, it would be a case of yeah, if this thing starts, if we start trying to enforce stuff like this, then I'll have to rely on people like whoever's in the chat, right? Whoever that feels like they're like someone else is crossing the line to do the reporting. Hopefully with a screenshot. And then if it's deemed to be a problem, right? Then of course the necessary actions will be taken. That's number one. But number two, that screenshot itself will serve as a reference for future as well. I'll document that in the orderly conduct, like whatever new chat that I will make. We document that there and serve as a future reference. That chat's gonna be the most vile chat in the entire server, basically, as I document more and more things. That'll be kind of interesting. But let's see. I think I don't know what's the best way to do this. Yeah. Interesting. But yeah, like let's see, where are we right now? Going back to this current artist, I think, right? Like it's it's 44 ounce original. You don't know how to start. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if you're still here, 44 on, 44 on. Are you still here after this entire rant about the server-side issues? If not, that's fine too. Oh, okay, yes. Sorry for the long rant. It's just more nonsense. Just forget about that. I mean, going back to your original question about studying this, have you what have you tried? Have you tried any like trying to study this or trying to copy this, for example? Yes, thank you guys. I'm here for my art too. I don't know what my art looks like. This is like a more painterly kind of vibe, I feel like. Like, so you don't have to necessarily hold the shapes or like try to be very precise with the brushstrokes and stuff like that. But you would definitely start off with just getting the lines in, I think. I think getting like a very simple set of lines, even like a consistently with lines with no line weight, I think that would still be fine. If you have, once you have the lines, it's just like you kind of zoom out and see what kind of colors you spot first. And you just try to put those colors in bit by bit by bit. And that's basically it. Like, it's very overwhelming if you try to imagine how to render some of the finer details at its core. But if you kind of zoom out, like this, if you kind of zoom out like this, you are not able to notice the details anymore, right? But you can still see the blue, you can still see the frame, you can see the light blue, you can see some white areas and orange and like grayish areas. Then you just try to put those colors in first. It doesn't have to be perfect. Actually, this style is pretty good in that the lines are very prevalent. So the lines like has a very, what's the word? It's very important in the final, right? So what that means is that it also allows you to just have a very clear set of lines and not worry about having to paint over the lines or like have to work it into your render. And when the lines are there, your render itself can become a little bit less strict and more loose. You can do like going across the lines and you can spill over this and that and it will still look kind of okay. And as long as you say do the lines first and you zoom out, you do all the big colors first, the big shapes first, then all you do is you zoom in and you try to focus on just that one part. So let's say you only look at the sky, right? Previously you only saw one shade of blue. Now you see some light blue here, you put some light blue there. You see some yellow gray here, you put some yellow gray here, this and that. And you just repeat that for all the areas. And it might feel like a waste of time, honestly. Sometimes like you do studies, like I do studies like this, and it feels like I'm just copying. What am I gonna learn, right? But once you do it once, especially the first time, and you can get it to somewhere that is decent, you will feel very empowered to do the next one. And then as you do more and more of these, you get a feel for what kind of colors they like to use, how complex each area is, right? For example, the sky. maybe you thought that it was complex. Maybe you thought that it was very simple. But once you do it, you know for sure which way it is, because there is a difference between what you think it's like versus when you physically do it. You will notice some deficiencies or like some parts that you don't really understand. And then once you try to work at understanding that one thing, you all of a sudden you're one step closer. Like before when you started, maybe you're like seeing a lot of shapes in here. But if you just put in this one blue here, then the next thing is putting some grays here, some purple here, and some grays here. Then now you're like, oh, I just need some scratches here. Find some random brush, put some scratches there. And all of a sudden this part is done. And maybe you have something that's not as good, maybe it's even better. Who knows? But with that experience, you can build on. And slowly you will get to where you want to be. You kind of just jump in and try it if you haven't. If you have, try something. Then I would like to hear it and see if there's anything else. I think sometimes it's just a grind. You might be doing the right thing. It just doesn't. You just don't necessarily feel like it's doing too much, but it's just a grind. I think. Once you do more and more and more, eventually it would come together. It's what I tell myself. Honestly, like it's not like I have done too many of these either. Yeah, but yeah, like I'm not seeing necessarily anything very complex here, because there is just a lot of shapes and colors. But the brush strokes themselves, there's not like a special brush that they use too much. There's like 1 or 2 texture brushes at most. Primarily just some kind of blend brush, some kind of marker. Yeah, like it also depends on how comfortable you are with the tools. Like if you look at an area, like if you are able to sort of see the kind of brushes that might have been used and what kind of settings it might have, like does it have color blending, color mixing and stuff like that, or does it have like opacity settings, right? Because I'm not seeing a lot of overlapping, but I'm still seeing the colors go from one to the other. There's more like a blending kind of vibe. Whereas like, if it's like a overlapping kind of vibe, you see brush strokes overlapping like this very clearly. And now you kind of know what kind of brushes you want to use to try to do this. Like you see this overlapping of this brighter shape, this bean kind of shape here, over the dark part in the bottom, and the gray stuff. It overlaps on top. So now you know that this is a separate layer, and you probably want to do it at the end. Some of these details, as you try to paint, you start to notice that, hey, how is it possible that they have a shape like this? Am I supposed to paint this shape and then this shape and all these shapes separately? That doesn't make sense. It's very clunky and this and that. And then you try to play around the layers and you learn something about the layers, and now you can do it more effectively and efficiently. And this and that, you know, like that's kind of how the study process would go. So if you haven't tried it yet, you should just, I highly recommend just jumping in. Like don't think too much, don't expect too much. Just go through the motion of looking at color, copy color, looking at line, copy line. And push through for one entire piece and get it as close to as you physically can. But yeah, a lot of Chinese styles have like very similar, like it's kind of how like the Chinese do things, like when they teach stuff. This is very similar to kind of like some of the educations that I've seen when I was younger as well. Is that like they're very goal oriented, right? It's not necessarily more about individuality sometimes. It's more just about being effective at doing what you want to do. So in this case here, I feel like there's probably like a school or like a couple of teachers out there that has this kind of style, and they're just teaching people how to do that style. They're teaching the exact workflow, they're teaching the exact process, the exact set of brushes, the exact set of colors, exact set of sort of sense of aesthetic and beauty. And it's just kind of propagating, kind of like a gene in a human. It's just kind of propagating. So a lot of them have very similar styles. Like I look at this style, immediately it's like a Chinese style to me. Like just because of the way the colors and the blending and some of the stylization goes. Or maybe this is like more rooted in their own like Chinese culture somehow. Maybe with the older, more traditional art, perhaps. I don't know about that part. Maybe there's something more deep seated. But otherwise, it's I think it's just the way the education works, how it passes down. Maybe it's just a bias too, right? Because it's not like I'm seeing all the Chinese artists on Twitter. I do see a lot of this kind of stuff. Maybe Twitter just like, oh, you must like this. Just recommend more. Yeah, this core is still just a binary setup with just a specific set of colors, more shapes. Yeah. Hmm. Hello, the virus. I'm kind of neither here nor there right now mentally. Well, I'm trying to make it so that in like this list here, it will form like a thing that goes like do 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 do. But I see now that it doesn't work because there's no space for it. Also, I haven't been doing it very well. It looks like. Dang it! It's not like a 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 and go back up. I can rename these or something, but that was what I was wanting to do. I don't have a good series of names anyways right now. It's doing junk, but yeah. Let's see. Where my ref go? So we still have some stuff there we have to sort out, I think. Cloning design, we have some better idea now. Lighting, color studies is getting delayed. Render study still requires me to find the artist. I think I still have to go around looking for it. I feel like somewhere in here there's the answer that I'm looking for. Maybe if it's like a hue count. Do I have a hue count? Hue entropy? Hue map position. Hue entropy, and then let's do value variance perhaps. Still kind of junk. Oh right, it's variance. It's not talking about the ICSE. Saturation, right? Wrong one. Value. Yeah, it's kind of mixed, huh? Maybe the other one was better. What is mid? What is the difference? Oh man, I don't even know what these knobs do, dude. I got AI to come up with some math and stuff to try to compute this. And oh, you know what I do want though? I do want the ones that don't have background. The ones that do have background. So I'm just gonna do it like this, I think. Like these are really nice, right? These kind. Because it's just big shape. Any gradient, color variance is just big gentle gradients. We're not getting a lot of tiny things here and there. For the most part, it's just the shape doing the talking. I think this is kind of what I want. I see a collection here. This one, I like the colors. But the finish is also really nice though. But I don't think we can finish to this level. Maybe if it's character focus. The background is still kind of loose. Yeah, maybe if it's character focus. Mayhaps, I think. Who's this artist actually? Oh my god, I copied the link for my own website. Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, the song itself is probably AI as well, I think. Because the original MapleStory doesn't have that. The guy probably just sent it through and made some random ass lyrics, I think. Oh, sleep deficit. Yeah, sleep deficit does exist. Sorry, I kind of missed some messages, I think. Like, there are days where I sleep really long, but I still feel really tired no matter what, just because I've always just been sleeping like 3-4 hour days. And I feel like dying all the time. It's kind of hard to recall. Like, MLP? Really? All of a sudden? Sleep depth? Is that not the same thing? I think it's just the same thing. Like, it's the same language. Different language, sorry. Oh man. I'm getting more tired now. I'm getting kind of sleepy now. Come on. Just sitting here. Browsing kind of rather aimlessly, I'll have to add. It is kind of aimless here. Oh my god. Every time I see this piece, dude. Who drew this again? Oh. I don't know. I don't recognize the name. Just a goat. Why is there stuff like so? What? That's the right account, right? Media, right? Okay. Not like retweets or anything. This is not an art account. This is like a game account. Wait a second. Is this the original? Sometimes they're like those accounts where it's like just reposting stuff, and I might have gotten mistaken. This might not be the artist then. Did they draw this? There's just a severe lack of anything else that I don't know. It has to be, right? This has to be the artist. But I think rendering sequence is kind of rather clear because it's just about trying shit out and then seeing if it is good. Yeah, no worries, Igami. I mean, like, there's a lot of random language and slangs and this and that trying to say the same thing. Impossible to know everything. Internet is like so many people in there and everyone has their own lives and their own sub-community and niches and stuff like that. Everyone's coming out with new stuff all the time. It's like impossible to follow. Why does he look so sad? Is he getting scolded or something? Yeah, I need to hold. There's like one thing I really like in this. It's just like a one very specific part in here on the tail here. I just like this part. You have a big shape, tapers off, kind of scratched up near the end, but only along the edges and the end. The middle part is solid. Against a big solid shape, like solid shape against a solid shape. Very clean, very nice, very precise, but still has enough thingies. I'm also getting kind of tired if I'm just doing this shit now. Yo. Hell yeah. My reference. Look at this subpart nonsense. This is just too tight. I should probably review some of the older stuff and just see like how I would improve it upon it now. That one, That one is kind of like this, right? It's like one shape. I think it's kind of lacking. This one is lazy. Kind of tired, kind of choked out. I need to think about this this voice chat issue a little bit more. Yeah, no, this is a heavy compromise. Okay, sure, the light shapes. I think that I guess it's okay. I guess it's not too bad. It doesn't make sense for it to be lit like this, right? If we just ignore that for a second. But I think the shape itself, I kind of like the shape itself. What if it makes sense or not? But like the noise in the back, like these ones here are very bad, I think. Okay, maybe not very bad, but kind of bad. Like this stroke of space in the middle, all these strokes should have been grouped a little bit better so that the frame, the opening and all these should only be on the edges. I also think it's just having the color and the glow that helps a lot. That really makes it feel like it's very noise. But like the shape itself, I think it's not great. I'm trying to separate it out in my head so we can be a little bit more targeted here. But where did my shit go? Shit. Okay. I like strong, like the colors. I feel like I'm so biased by the colors. Like if the colors are good, it really doesn't matter if the things are a little bit messed up. But at the same time, I want to be more in control, you know, like be like, oh, okay, the colors are gonna be good, yes, but also we want to make sure the rendering is also like at a stage that looks nice. Okay, this is not related. Did I tag this as suggestive correctly? I feel like I didn't tag this. This is just the butt jiggling, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is just the butt jiggling. Come out. Don't worry about it, guys. There, it's gone now. I filtered it out. You're right, Igami. People are looking at the art as a whole, right? That's what they're doing. But for me, like the evaluation, so like when you look at a piece of art, it evaluates to one value, whether if you like it or not. And even if I do like it, for example, like the piece like this one we did before, even if I do like it, the other stuff contributes to a negative score. I can feel it. I'm trying to remove it so that it's just only good stuff. Only the goodest. The Gouda. I see Gouda in chat sometimes, in the voice chat. Wow. Cheese. Cheese, har. Okay. Let's do... I'm pretty sure the piece that I saw before were like blue. Some kind of blue. But it's just like so hopeless looking like this. I think I'm just gonna have to start drawing. Unless I go through all 5,000. If not, it's not. Sorry, 6,145. Not including the stuff that I haven't added in here. This is too clean, I think. This is too clean to execute repeatedly like that. Some of these cat ones are kind of nice. Like the one, I remember Dubé recommended this as a daily. Cheese. This one was the one that I really liked as well. Because this felt like what I wanted to do, you know, take a photo and put the character in and call it a day. But I think until I feel competent in my own rendering, I don't want to skip on rendering. Even if it means like down the line we might not necessarily use it that much, I feel like I need to get better at rendering regardless. There are cases like these where if you have a good photo, you can put a character in, but then I feel like there will probably be more cases where we need to paint and compose stuff manually, regardless. So we could definitely do something like this now, since I do actually have the photos, and for once I don't have to worry about copyright because I took them. Regardless of how bad the photo is, though. But I still would like to avoid doing that. As much as I hate rendering, and as much as how tedious it's gonna get. Very unfortunate. Anyways, what else do I need here? It's just going into comp, right? Oh, there's one more thing that I would like to find, which is like art books that people might have made of stuff like this. But I don't know how you would find that. It would basically mean finding artists that does stuff like that already and see if they have made a book before. I think that would be the only way to find what I want to find. And again, the whole reason of doing so is so that I can have an idea of how the images in different composition sizes and aspect ratios and ideas interact with the physical medium that is a book. Because once the pages are bound into a book, when people are opening the book and reading the book and viewing the pictures in that medium, there are limitations there. Like, for example, the middle part of it that's in the binding, if it's stapled, it tends to be like hard to see, right? It becomes impossible to see. So if you have compositions where the characters are right smack in the middle, like, and if it's landscape, right? Maybe I will consider putting it on one page and have it be sideways, rather than have it go across 2 pages and having characters in the middle and get like that thing in their face. Why does this look like some kind of explicit? I guess it's done on purpose, but this is just I think this is Noel, right? Yeah. Hololive. No, for their wholesomeness, of course. Actually, there are some probably like slightly more suggestive stuff here and there in this current one, because I never filtered for some of the newer stuff I added. Dang, can I remember like who drew the stuff I'm trying to remember? I can't. It's weird seeing my own stuff in here because I have it in the system now. Pops out once in a while. Oh, looks like steak. Looks like meat. Looks like raw beef, but like just blue, like the marbling here. I might be I ate a single sandwich for dinner. Is this? It is AI, yeah. It's got that weird AI color kind of vibe, but I don't know what it is though. Wow. Yeah, this is kind of pointless. I just don't feel like I'm too tired to do anything else right now. Yeah, analysis wise, breakdown planning and like all those things are pretty much ready as much as they can be until I start comping. The next thing would be to identify pieces, specific scenes that are the most important, that I feel the most strongly about, and then we can start there. Come up with some compositional ideas for each one, deciding what the scene is about, finding some references, and then coming out with some ideas for the comp. And then This is like why one scene with the cat getting like too much cat food, and then it's like just confused. Also, this is like a VTuber, and wouldn't you know it, their name is also Mimi, which is why it came out in my feed. Pretty much the main reason. Oh, this would be a good reference. Let me see. Any buildings? Give me buildings. Sorry, Duvet. I mentioned this a couple of times already before, but Mia is on a different schedule. He is basically never gonna be awake. What he has chosen to do, I don't know if he has mentioned it to you guys, so I'm not gonna say what he's doing right now, unless he already did, right? But like, what he has chosen to do now requires him to be awake at specific times of the day, and that inherently means he has to be asleep at some other specific time of the day, and that sleeping time will always coincide with our stream. So I've opted to not bother him anymore. I don't want to send him a message every week just so that he cannot join. You know, it's not nice to reject someone always constantly as well. So I don't want to put him in that position. And we've already established our own sort of common ground there already. So that's basically that, unfortunately. Has it been in the voice chat recently? I don't think so, right? No buildings. I'm trying to see if there's any reference for buildings. Right, so these clouds here are more broken up, you know, regardless if it's because of brushes or whatnot, right? But like the final effect is more broken up, so I would like to keep it more blocked. But then again, it seems like our photos are all devoid of clouds because it was such a clear day that day. Don't think so, right? Yeah. It's kind of hard for me to catch up with him as well because like the best time would be like Saturday morning, Sunday morning, but I'm usually asleep by then because I pull all-nighters, right, for weekends. Like my schedule is so kind of messed up right now. Like on weekdays, I have to follow normal scheduling because I do have a work. But on weekends, it's completely flipped. Like right now, it's on me flipping it. I'm flipping it over so that I can get more in touch with people in Asia. It's not much, it is what it is, you know. I'm sure I'm gonna feel the effects of my choices today in a decade or so when my body can no longer keep up with this nonsense. I mean, it really kind of has some issues here and there, but for the most part, it seems to be adjusting over time. That's why I do want to wrap up the style stuff as much as possible, and I think this way here might be a good way to go about it. But yeah, so stuff like the chat and moderating and stuff like that, I need to try to deal with it a little bit more comprehensively, I think. Water. Yeah, choices and the price to pay for those choices is always like that, isn't it? For everything in life. Yeah, I don't have anything right now. I don't remember. Nothing's coming to mind. Oh, there's that one guy who did the photos that I would like to grab, actually. That means I should have tagged it as photos. Let me see. Nothing? That can't be right. I don't think... Are they all marked as hidden messages? That doesn't make sense. Oh, sorry, I'm being stupid. I have the conflicting text there. I forgot it's there by default. Taking supplements? Yeah, I do take supplements for vitamins and stuff. Like because like I'm doing like a very utilitarian diet because I wouldn't say diet. I'm doing a very utilitarian thing where I only eat like carbohydrates because that's all I need to keep myself going. My diet is very imbalanced, so the only way to keep myself alive properly is to just supplement with other stuff. I'm basically 100% trading health for like doing the streams and stuff. It can be a little bit less aggressive. I do recognize that like part of that is my own personality problem. But it is what's happening right now. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So, okay. Many things in my head, of course. I'm still thinking about the chat issue. But regardless, over here, right, a lot of these photos I like, not just because of the framing, the comp and all that, but also because of the colors, right, of the filters that were being applied. And this brings in a different problem as how should I approach this, right? Because the original idea was so that the 20 pieces here, however that is going to be drawn, they have some consistent sort of lighting and color and render so that they feel like they're part of a series. That's what I want. And but at the same time, if I'm drawing any of these, I would like the color and lighting and render to be more realistic, which means less of the filtery stuff, less of the more aesthetic stuff, less of splitting colors very strictly by theme, right? For example, foreground, background, blue and orange, very clear split stuff like this, excuse me. I would like to avoid, just because it's less realistic. But at the same time, I recognize these are really nice, right? I would also like to have some of these. And because of the suggestion today for like my third character to have a camera, and it plays really well with her personality to want to provide help, it means that some of these compositions, some of these scenes and things that we draw can just be as like a photograph, right? What she has photographed. And if it's a photograph, then we can apply filters. Now we have this avenue for applying filters. So now we can still achieve something like this. Precisely this, because this is a photograph. This actually is exactly what that is. So that's like one scene, and like I think point number 8 here, I think was, where was it? Yeah, number 8B here. Building through the trees. At precisely this spot right here on the map, there is exactly this, just with different buildings. So we can do something like that, and I can figure out how to stylize the trees and this and that. But so that opens up yet another possibility for us to do our comps correctly, like more flexibly, more funly. So that's great, I think. Oh, this is a photo. Stupid. Oh my god. Yeah, take photo. It's a photographer. I graph with photos. Oh my god. Is this the first time I'm using my tablet pen today? The past 5 hours? Holy shit. Swap it out. Oh yeah. Cool. Yeah. I think there should be enough stuff here. I have a rough idea of kind of vibes. Even though we didn't find like the perfect reference, I think we should probably start trying to draw some of the scenes so I can see if it's going to help, or if it's going to help, like how it's going to play out here, the specific level of rendering. We have the characters, we have the stuff, we have the thing, we have the filters, possibility. It's just comping then. Or we just have to start composing. God damn it. Every time, dude. The crow guy? The crow guy. I don't remember. Like, do you mean like they draw a lot of crows, or do you mean like they have the word crow in their name? Like in the name? Okay, let me try and search in our for once this thing is actually possibly gonna be helpful. Does the thing do partial searches? I don't know, because if it does do partial searches, I'm not seeing it then. Does it do partial searches? No, it doesn't do partial searches, I don't think. Is that wildcard? Can I use asterisk in Discord here? Probably not. Not as easy to search as I thought. Oh, actually, this reminds me. I should also make sure that they are here in the list. But yeah, I think other than that, I'm probably gonna hop off here. This project will take a while here. One day we should definitely start trying comps again. Actually, before comps, I might have to do a quick sketch of each character. I haven't even introduced my third one yet. And I have to decide on some physical features too. But the good thing about this character is that she's meant to be as plain as pure, quote unquote, like as clean as possible. Not like Faye, who's like a mixture of a whole bunch of random stuff that I decided to put together. She's just gonna be like a pure white fox because she is originally based off of Fubuki. She is basically my homage to Fubuki. So there's a lot of similar qualities, but like I don't think there's even any black accents. It's gonna be, oh, okay, yeah, there is kind of crow in the name. I know who this artist is. Actually, it's the one I immediately thought of, but I don't remember them. Oh no, never mind. It's not the one I was thinking of. Sorry, I was confused. I didn't follow. If you recommended and it didn't follow, it would mean that something didn't sit right, I think. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because of all these shapes. I think... I think the virus, I think I know who you're talking about. I think that's the one that I was thinking of. I don't know what the full artist name, the full tag is. But I have them in my system here. Because they're very stylized anatomy, right? They have very stylized anatomy, and that would inherently mean... Let me reset this. Nice lag, broski. Oh, because I have it on the square. Anyways, yeah, like this one. Because the way they draw the eyes and the face is very stylized. This was the Karasu that I was thinking of as well. Yes, Igami. Let's see you soon. Thanks for coming. This is one link that I cannot open though. I think this got tagged as suggestive, I'm sure. Yeah. But I see now like why I like them, right? Because like I realized in my own iterations that I kind of like to open this space here between the nose and the mouth. I kind of like to have a like more space there, but it makes the character looks like a little bit more blank, like the mind like it's like maybe they're a little bit more dumb or something. Maybe that's like an expression where you lower your mouth on purpose or something to make yourself look less more confused or something. I don't know. Yeah, it is very, what's the word, like very flowy. Everything is like very smooth and moving and this and that. But I haven't seen the other stuff in a while now. Sorry, Duvet's one is over here. I was trying to break this down. The reason why I brought it in here is because it has this quality to the lines, to the edges, I think, that I don't really like. There's like there are lines there. I feel like maybe some of these lines are not. Would it be? Maybe not. It's hard to say though. I'm a line person, but I think environment probably shouldn't have it. The characters will have it. Is this a drawing? Oh wait, no, then they are in the system. Anyway, I should probably follow them regardless. I remember having this. Sorry, seeing this. Anyways, thank you, Duvet. I am just kind of zoning out by now. Is this a drawing? Holy dude. This looks so good. Screen's black. Okay, here. That subtle that subtle blurring to mimic the camera's focal length, distance, limitations is also very masterful. How nice. Isn't art fun, guys? We did basically Zero's drawing for 2 streams now. Oh yeah, I have to do research into this as well, but yeah, I think for the most part, that's it for today, I think. I kind of just build up the ref port a little bit more. What do I need? I need some quick sketches for the characters and the individual clothing and designs. And then I can start comping some of the scenes. And then we'll see where we go from there. What is required and what isn't. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, thank you guys for coming for today. Have a good night, guys. Goodbye.